Confrontation. Oh, okay. As I am live right now, that's it. Click. Let's double check Twitch since there were people on there yesterday. As I'm live, taking a minute to load. Yesterday. Yeah, I hit myself too. Yesterday. Not listen to myself. Dylan, I have been early for a while now. Hey Mango, how's it going? Yeah, deciding to start the stream early, that way there's time to yap, because when it's time to do the story, I have to lock in. And I make chat interaction limited, that way we can get through as much story as possible. It's for Rage Baby. I did no such thing. I'm also really looking forward to seeing the rest of this. A friend and I have been talking about this all day today and our thoughts on a few things, and now we're looking to see what's going to be validated and what's not going to be validated. And I won't talk about it now because it's pretty in-depth and we won't have enough time to talk about it. Let's just say I'll be looking out for a few certain things. Go beyond a -10. See, that's the thing that we both agreed on, actually, that it's reasonable for the commander to not notice Juno being Juno and not Groza. Because there's just not enough time. She just got there. So the commander will need a pattern of behavior in order to start suspecting things, or something, a big change has to happen that's clearly not Groza, and that just hasn't happened yet. I was running to my treadmill, died. I saw that on Discord actually. Hopefully you didn't hurt yourself, because I would imagine if you're running and your treadmill died, you might have, you know, like bolted ahead and, you know, hit yourself against the treadmill. Hey champ, how's it going? Hey Zeriskin. A bad cup of coffee. Yeah, that'd probably be a big change, but that shouldn't be happening. He did say it tastes a little different than usual, but you know, it could be like what was that? It's that goddamn anime. Oh yeah, it was Dragon Ball Super actually, where if someone poured an old man a cup of tea, and the tea could tell how evil his assistant is becoming. It's like, the tea is different now because you're more evil. I hope it's not nothing like that, though. That's kind of stupid. Oh, yeah, if that's a thing, then you had to buy an entirely different one. Or new one, I should say. That sucks. My parents also had a treadmill too, so I know how expensive those are. Hopefully you had that for a while and you got your money's worth out of it. Yeah, that's why I don't... I just stick with dumbbells and that's it. Like, I'll go outside for cardio. Or the gym, one of those two. $8 to 10 years? That's pretty good. Obviously, you don't want to spend $1,000 again, but I'll say that's a good money's worth. That's pretty interesting. I got my mattress for like 300, I want to say. And mine is a memory foam mattress. Best mattress I ever had. Also, hey Sam, how's it going? Horrible expensive, yep. Oh. Yeah, I bought my own mattress. For the longest time I had a spring mattress, which felt not great. That's because I was dealing with hand-me-downs. But when I moved here into my new apartment, I decided to get my own a new mattress. That way we wouldn't have to transport a shitty mattress from my old house to the apartment. You just have the new mattress shipped over. Yeah, the floor wasn't very different compared to a spring mattress for me. I actually thought that the an air mattress was more comfortable than a spring mattress, and I slept on that for a while. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're not practical at all. Very easy to deflate by some way. Even as something as simple as your nails are too long. But I had the memory foam mattress for like 3 years now, and it was great sleeping on it every time. Yeah, I do enjoy just having an isolator. Oh, okay. Yeah, obviously you don't want to sleep on the floor, it's bad for your back, but... yeah. My parents also hated when I was sleeping on an air mattress and not the actual bed. They're just like that. But yeah, yours like a bad experience, Dylan. But I also had an air mattress that it had some sort of piercing in it. Very, very small. So it was very difficult to find a hole. So I just dealt with it for a while. You know, I would just inflate it, then fall asleep, and then just get used to waking up with me on the floor. But what actually got me the memory foam mattress is that I went to my friend's place, and I was really tired actually. So I decided to lay down on his mattress, and I was like, whoa, I'm on a cloud. So I actually fell asleep for like 30 minutes. Then I woke up, and I was like, yeah, your mattress is really nice. Like, yeah, you like that, don't you? And so the mattress I have now is from the same brand that he got. Yeah, actually, to be completely honest. I never had a, well, besides hotels, I never had a mattress that good. A sleeping bag? I actually have a sleeping bag. Just funny part. I use it whenever there's too many people over. I have to sleep in a sleeping bag. My parents also hate when I do that. Queen size? Yeah, queen size. A full size is a little bit too small for me because I guess I'm just tall enough for it to be a problem. So yeah, I got a queen size. Nah, that's too much. My room's not even big enough for a double king size, let alone a king size. I bet you luxurious. Time for more suffering. Hey, Lantran. Hey, Rollock, how's it going? Oh, since it's close to start time, I should go ahead and say this now. Next week, I should be getting a schedule change for my job. My schedule changed, but my schedule to be put in for my job. And I got the earliest shift. Not I got it, but I bid for the earliest shift. But typically, they say that whatever the one you want, they will usually have it available for you. Plus, I'm kind of a madman. And hey, Claw, how's it going? Hope you enjoyed the stream. But I got the earliest shift, and I'm kind of a madman because people usually don't go for a 4:30 Central Time. That should be, I want to say that's UTC -7, I want to say. But yeah, it'll be at 4:30 Central. And so the early shift is good because it means that for stories like these, for events like these, I'll be able to hop on stream earlier than usual. Maybe around like 3 o'clock. And we should be able to knock it out all in one go. Without having to do a one-parter and two-parter. Hey Keith, how's it going? Glad to have you here. And by the way, it's not just for a stream. I'm doing it for other reasons as well. I got friends across the world who I would like to talk to every once in a while. I've watched without falling asleep. Yeah. I guess you can say the quote-unquote bad thing is that I wouldn't be able to hold out until midnight, like usual. You know you're a Casanova. Hey Nixon, how's it going? Yeah, let's not talk about girls I met before. Even recently. I met some pretty insane ones. Zriskin knows about it. Groza seduced his own teacher intentionally once. I have, yes, actually. Hey Shikikana Venta, how's it going? I think it's the first time I've seen you here. Hey Recon, how's it going? The Latina one? No, not her. This was one... The teacher... Actually, there's actually several teachers now I really think about it. It was really weird. But yeah, before we get started, I'll tell you about this one. I had one teacher who dressed provocatively in high school. And she had a lot of fans, I guess you can say, mostly of the male side. They liked talking to her and stuff, and I just saw her as a teacher, honestly. A nice teacher, but I saw her as a teacher. So apparently, according to my parents, who went to see her during a parent-teacher conference, she still dressed provocatively, but whenever she talked about me, my mom got bad vibes from her, is how she basically said it. Because whenever she talked about me, it was like in a attractive way. She couldn't stop talking about my deep voice and how nice it sounded. Something like, I can listen to him talk all day. Something like that. Something insane like that. And like I said, my mom had bad vibes from that. She told me about it. A real T-Tall? I don't know where that came from. predator on the hunt. It's like, teacher, have a seat. But I mean, she never made a move on me. That's a good thing. But it was very apparent that she found my voice very attractive, at the very least. Your deep voice all day? I mean, if it works, right? Oh, you say Shoda, but I was taller than her, so yeah. It was high school after all. But I definitely would not have the maturity to deal with something like that. She's listening to my summaries right now. It's fun. Hey, Simplejack, how's it going? Yeah, you're not late. Got a little bit delayed from telling me, from me talking about a PDF story. So, anyways. The first time was an accident, the second time was not. Alright, we last left off with Nemesis dying, quote unquote. Everyone is disheartened. Also, Groza got thrown into an incinerator, and Juno, which is OTS-14, has started impersonating Groza. Because she actually is the real Groza. She's the original Groza. So, she also quote-unquote killed Nemesis, and she's feeling really bad about that because, you know, she's starting to realize she's fucking insane. And the commander at the moment is none the wiser. So, we'll have to see what happens. Juno adjusted her respiratory system, doing her best to remain calm. The almost seemed to have changed a lot. Most notably, it was significantly livelier than before. Most of the doll companions in front of her were completely unknown to Juno. At best, she had only caught a glimpse of them within that Groza's neural cloud. However, because of what happened with Nemesis, everyone didn't seem to be in the mood to be as rowdy as usual.
Groza,
there might be a problem with our planting plan. For example, Juno had absolutely no impression of this blonde doll who just casually and familiarly walked up to strike up a conversation. Planting plan? What's that? Since when did he almost start growing crops? The purple potatoes and bell peppers are fine, but this batch of tomatoes might not make it to Mikosh before they spoil. Although we devised a new planting plan after Commander returned to Mikosh, this current batch... It seems while I was away, the Commander started growing crops and collaborating with Mikosh. Juno tried to assess the current situation through the content of their conversation. It'd be nice if this current batch didn't go to waste, Miss Groza. Well, a cafe can be used up some of it. They can't consume that much. Have Swami and Springfield return to the Elmo? Judging by the level of closeness Swami is showing, could this blonde doll be the big sis she mentioned? No, return doesn't seem like the right word. On the way back to the Elmo, Juno noticed that the train appeared to be parked near the doll community Swami had taken her to. Although they hadn't entered the community back then, their surrounding environment did feel familiar to her. Perhaps the Elmo and doll community have a closer connection now? Although slightly confused, Swami and Springfield's timely entry into the conversation still somewhat relieved Juno's pressure. It's true we can't let the tomatoes rot for nothing. If it isn't handled properly, things will get very troublesome later. After all, we don't want to sell stale crops. Yeah, my thoughts are exactly the same as Big Sis. It seems her guess was right. Juno felt a sense of relief inside. And watching it right away makes me feel very unbearable. I understand. Then how about we figure out a way to process them before they go bad? Process? Oh, I know what Groza means. Killed canned tomatoes, as well as ketchup and tomato juice, are all very good choices. Springfield should be very good at these. Whether for storage or as portable food, they're great. They can also add richness to dishes. I think it will really suit the taste of the people of Mikosh. Might even sell better. Oh, that's a trick. There's that trick too. Zucchero actually often used similar products before. But recently, I've been too fixated on letting Commander eat fresh vegetables, and instead ignored the simplest methods. And goods. Yeah, it's true. We occasionally ate them on the Elmo before. If the sales are ideal, maybe we can open a dedicated production line for these products, and even sell them to farther places. Let the entire Yellowstone eat our tomatoes. Man, they are really hammering down the Tomato King thing, aren't they? But how exactly do we do that? I'll send you the actual operating procedure later. Mei-Ling previously made an integrated canning machine, which should help you. However, some steps may require more people to assist. I'll call Otto over to help too. Who? Let's go, Swami. We need to act as soon as possible. I'll go inform Santa Racy and Quiva. Leave this part of the work to us. Having said that, the three of them hurried away. Great. Another task taken care of. Even though the feeling of being unable to adapt to the Elmo doesn't seem to have faded, at least she can slowly get back into her work now. I recall the captain used to be really good at cooking with these portable rations, right? It was Colfine who jumped out. Seeing that familiar face, Juno quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. For a very long time, Commander and I could only rely on tight resources to survive. So, without realizing it, I became good at making this kind of dish. Right, I know. Captain is the one who has accompanied the Commander the longest. I remember last month Commander even asked Captain to make a pot of beef stew. Commander even said it tasted weird because the ingredients were too perfect. Last month? I'm afraid that wasn't made by me, but by that self. I'd indeed cooked this dish for the Commander countless times before and couldn't gather all the ingredients. In the end, while I was away, myself actually managed to make it once. Recalling the backup she had thrown into the incinerator, Juno's heart tightened, and she quickly tried to change the subject. Mei-Ling realized that dish too. So whereas she had an extra pair of arms, she literally ripped them off herself and then threw them away into the incinerator. So she doesn't have them anymore. By the way, why haven't I seen Helena? Huh? And to my surprise, the one Emma said this, Colfine's expression suddenly changed. Captain? Colfine exaggeratedly places her hand on her forehead. Even though this isn't a valid way to check her malfunctions, in a doll, Juno knows exactly the reason behind this dramatic action. Did I say something wrong again? Did you forget? Helena has been asleep for a long time. I said something wrong. I didn't expect so many things to happen while I was away. I should have investigated properly before speaking. But I easily neglected it because of that feeling. Juno could clearly sense that Colfine's mood had become somewhat downcast. I remember now. Sorry. It's fine. I know Captain has been working really hard lately. Colfine shakes her head, puts her hands to her hips, and smiles cheerfully. Ever since we got that nutrient fluid back from the coach, Helena's condition has improved a lot. It's not just the readings on the instruments. More importantly, her complexion looks much better too. Really? That's wonderful. My performance seemed to make Colfine even more worried. Captain, do you remember what I told you back in the coach? A memory that doesn't exist. Memories that didn't exist kept being brought up. Those are memories belonging to that self. She couldn't cope, which made Juno feel almost suffocating sensation that a doll shouldn't have. Yeah, I remember. This is the only answer I can give right now. This is the answer I must give right now. Juno forced herself to stay calm and actually started playing the role of her other self. So please cheer up soon, Captain. Cheer up. Huh? For a moment, Juno didn't know who Colfine's words were directed at. A sudden incoming communication interrupted this agonizing conversation for Juno. It was from the commander. Looking at it like a savior, she quickly answered. Don't be nervous, Groza. Some ELIDs have appeared near the dog community, in greater numbers than usual. I understand, Commander. Since they are busy making tomato products, we need you to lead the team to help clean out this time. No, come help too. Yes, notify all squad members, Colfine. Ah, finally something I remember. Killing shit. Nice ass. Kerlik, I'll leave the ELIDs up ahead to you. Colfine, assist in attacking the flank. Perfect time to test out this new frame. Hey, Vepley. Vepley's joining the performance. Please give your orders, leader. Hey, Captain, wait for Vepley. Oh, well, did Vepley show up after OD01? Or not OD01, but yeah, that was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember. Actually, yeah, Vepley was after Groza died the first time. Okay. So she wouldn't know who the fuck Vepley is. Thanks, Boy Masina. Captain? At the clearing of the remains... Actually, wasn't it supposed to be ELIDs? But we were fighting... Yeah, we were literally fighting Varjagers. So Varjagers are ELIDs now. After clearing the remains near the T-Dog community, Krolix seemed to realize something, hesitating as if wanting to speak. The same was true for Kulfing. Perhaps because she had just pointed out a flaw in Groza, her expression was more complex. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Juno subconsciously began to feel she had done something wrong again. Amidst this complicated atmosphere, a blonde doll that Juno similarly didn't recognize came chasing after them, panting heavily. Captain, why haven't you given me any orders today? Did Vepli do something wrong? Vepli? Who's Vepli? She's been calling me Captain. Is she a member of my squad too? You didn't do anything wrong, I just... Retreating you without telling Vepli. Captain, did something happen? Vepli, was she also a doll accepted and allowed to join the squad by that Groza? Juno had absolutely no idea about this. Captain seems to be forgetting things quite often lately. Even Kulfing turned serious. Yeah, forgetting from squad mates, even leaving her behind. How could she have done such a thing? Captain? Book stared intensely at the Groza in front of her. Just what are you? Juno's heart twisted once again. The scenes following Nemesis' death seemed to replay in her neural cloud once more. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me with those eyes. Stop looking at me with those eyes. She only lost a few months of memory. Just a few months. She's always been the one fighting alongside everyone. It's just a few months of missing memories, so why? Why didn't she have the courage to admit it? The courage to tell her companions the truth? Why did she have to endure such torment? It shouldn't be like this. Suddenly a pair of hands gently patted Juno's shoulders, freeing her from this mood. Sorry, I issued a command a bit too urgently. Groza was probably handling the other tasks just now. There's been a lot going on with the album recently, and coupled with our heavy losses, Groza has been under a lot of pressure. I'm sorry, Commander. It was my direction of duty. But just now, even Captain... It's alright, Kulfing. It was me who didn't pay attention to Groza's stress and gave her too much work. Today, let's give our reliable Captain a little rest. I'm going to go train. Then I'll go check on Helena's condition too. Vepli's going to help Suomi and the others make cans. Yeah, you do that, Vepli. You go, girl. The previously noisy dolls dispersed all at once, leaving only the commander and herself here again. Juno, however, didn't dare to look into the commander's eyes. It was the commander who bailed her out. But... a reliable captain, huh? Recalling the events of these past few days, Juno felt a bit of irony. She wasn't playing the part of anyone, she was herself. Even though she had actually been separated from everyone for so long, She could still feel that this was where she belonged. But similarly, she also constantly felt out of place, enduring the torment of those secrets. Why? Why must it be like this? Why did a rift appear between once inseparable companions? Why did she feel like she couldn't breathe, even though she was back to being herself? Why did you have to suffer this kind of treatment?
I'll
go handle some other work too, Commander. She fled from here as if running away, not even bothering to notice the Commander's hands reaching out to keep her. That gloomy emotion grew from within her cloud of black mist, nourishing those black vine-like creatures, wrapping tighter and tighter, almost devouring her. She whispered softly, as if speaking to herself. Should I haven't come back? No. I must go back. Groza murmured and opened her eyes. That pungent smell of burning, the rusty scent of scorched iron, and the residual heat on the alloy plates made it hard for her to tell for a moment whether she had actually woken up or was still dreaming. Her body was pressed down by half-melted garbage, ash and metal fragments, with only a narrow red-black space in her field of vision. This was the lower level of the incinerator. The alloy gate above the loading chute had closed, and only a faint cold breeze seeping in through the cracks reminded her that the furnace temperature was slowly dropping. Oh. So she just straight up survived. Okay. She actually did get thrown in, and she actually did get damaged, but she just literally survived the whole thing. Perhaps because she had slumbered for too long, or perhaps the high temperature in the incinerator caused more damage, she felt somewhat unaccustomed to her broken frame. The right side of her body felt as if she had lost its sense of touch, and the joints in her left arm emitted an ear-piercing grinding noise. Intermittent memories surfaced from her neural cloud. She was knocked down by her opponent, hoisted over their shoulder, and shoved into the incinerator. And then... Hey, did you find anything? Not yet. Doesn't seem like there's anything. The hell is wrong with them? Come to attack a garbage generation plant. Mr. Vasil said we need to pay attention to all the details. Maybe there's some conspiracy hidden. Also, is it me or did her chest grow? I'm just saying. I pay attention to stuff like that. I'm sorry. Groza remembered. Before she completely lost consciousness, an alarm briefly sounded outside the furnace. It seemed someone had an emergency shutdown. Seriously? And ending quite different from what I expected. She forces the corner of her mouth up in a self-deprecating smile, then attempts to break free from the scrap pressing down on her. With every inch she moves, fresh pain surges from all over her frame, but she stubbornly continues to push upwards. Not too much time has passed yet. There's still time to correct that mistake. I must go back. I must go back to Commander. The milk was in the incinerator? She groped along the inner wall of the furnace and soon felt a deformed section of a maintenance ladder. The alloyed handrails were scorching hot from the high temperatures, but at least they could still be used for leverage. too heavy. Her body is too heavy. She used all of her strength to tear off the parts of herself that had melted, deformed, and no longer functioned. It was only when her current output was enough to bear her weight that she grabbed onto the side of the maintenance ladder again. 1 step, 2 steps. She practically crawled to finally grope her way close to the feeding port. Outside the gate, the sound of the wind can be faintly heard, along with the occasional sound of distant vehicles and city noise. There must be another way. I had to return to the commander's side. Back to everyone. She tried to access the communication function, but due to the severe damage of her frame, she couldn't connect no matter what. There was only scratchy static on the channel, which annoyed her a bit. Must go back. Finally, she withdrew her attention from the damaged communication module. Then, let's try another way. She began attempting to access her neural cloud. In the brief links with her, she had inadvertently seen that Groza's memories countless times. If this resonance is still there, this time it will definitely succeed too. I absolutely cannot let her hurt the commander. But she was also afraid of once again seeing the image of her hand stained with blood. Just like seeing what happened on that bridge. If she saw such a scene again this time, how would she deal with it? Groza shook her head. No. Whether it's the commander or her other companions, they've all told her already that third generation doll will not change everything that makes her Groza. Finally, fragmented pieces appeared in Groza's neural cloud. She saw it. The scene she feared did not appear. On the contrary, it could absolutely be described as heartwarming. Are you okay now, Groza? Yeah. What do we do next? Let's first think the situation with sections in Squad 404. You're already on their way back. I'll remind them to be careful. Yeah. Oh, right. Check the neuro backups later. Sorry. I actually took command a bit too urgently. Groza was probably handling other tasks just now. There's been a lot going on with the Elmo recently, and coupled with our heavy losses, Groza has been under a lot of stress. I'm sorry, Commander. It was my dereliction of duty. But just now, Captain even... It's alright, Colfing. It was me who didn't pay attention to Groza's stress and gave her too much work. Today, let's give our reliable Captain a little rest. Groza seemed to have lost all her strength. Everything on the Elmo was proceeding normally. She should have anticipated it. That person was her, and she was also Groza. She has a better frame than her, and more memories. Just as she said, compared to herself, perhaps she is. No, that's not right. That wasn't her. She wouldn't do something like that. She wouldn't destroy her own companions, wouldn't throw herself into an incinerator. How can she act so nonchalant as if nothing had ever happened? How can she be so nonchalant after destroying her companions to still be accepted like this by everyone, by Commander? I must return to the Elmo. Groza trembling supported her frame, which had already been battered beyond recognition by that third generation doll. I still recognize her. But now, even if she's completely alone, no matter the price, she has to return to Elmo once more. At this moment, she herself doesn't even know if it's to protect everyone, or simply because she doesn't want to see this kind of thing happen. But she has no time to worry about that anymore.
想定通りの結果ね。後の祝勝会が楽しみだわ。
And I guess she's going to literally drag herself back to the Elmo. Unfortunately, it's close by since they're parked next to Mikosh. Yeah, it even gives you a few days time skip. A few days later, in the training room of the Elmo. With the flash of the blade, the struck puppet instantly shattered into pieces, and then completely dissipated like dust.
I
heard from Mei that you have been going in for your regular frame maintenance. She didn't stop her movements. The dancing cold light continuously shattered several training puppets. Nicole, take a little break. When a nerve cloud is very stable, frame maintenance and upkeep are essential. I saw a worry on Groza's face. Since the Nemesis incident, Krolik has almost incessantly locked herself in the training room for special training. Not only Groza, but even I am worried about her condition. Krolik said nothing, just patted and nodded. Her expression still carried anger, though this anger wasn't directed at me or Groza. Groza is right, Krolik. The most important thing right now is to adjust your condition in time. That being said, I know very well that for the current Krolik, this self-abusive training is perhaps just her emotional outlet. She wouldn't care even if her frame gets damaged because of it. In fact, that might be what she truly wants. And Nemesis definitely wouldn't want you just be like this. I know. Groza slowly spoke. Sure enough, these words successfully made Krolik stop, as if all her strength had drained away. She let out a long breath. I just can't forgive myself. I know, even if I were truly strong enough to fight that third-gen doll, Nemesis still wouldn't come back. But I just can't. Krolik's emotions grew more and more agitated. She had accumulated too much pressure and exhaustion. Rather than pushing herself harder, what she needed more was a reliable shoulder. And Groza clearly realized this problem too. She hesitated for a moment. I couldn't tell what she was thinking, but I knew she was also very tired. Eventually, Groza also stepped forward, gently supporting Krolik with her hand and letting her sob on her shoulder. A sharp alarm pierced this brief moment of tranquility. What's the matter? Is she back again? Upon hearing the alarm, Krolik immediately acted as if a switch had been flipped. She quickly adjusted herself into a combat-ready state, showing absolutely no sign of the fatigue she had days from continued training. And this seemed to make Groza stiffen slightly for a moment. She was never one to jump at every little thing, but perhaps due to the fatigue in the past few days combined with the immense psychological pressure, she displayed a moment of panic. Commander, I will confront it immediately. This panic didn't last long. Just like over the past few days, Groza quickly adjusted herself. Her condition is slowly recovering. She is gradually getting better. That puts my mind at ease more than anything else. The alarm continued to sound. I also quickly opened the command tablet I carried with me, preparing to join the battle. Bang! Just then, a loud crash echoed from the corridor. Immediately after, screams and noisy commotion swept towards the training room. As if echoing the alarm, the sound grew louder and louder, almost blowing the training room door open. And the next moment, altercation successful, Groza. The electronic voice of the training room suddenly blurred out abruptly. I love this look, I'm not gonna lie. I saw Groza's expression stiffen inside the training room. Immediately after the door slowly opened, I saw dust rolling in the corridor. Clearly something had just happened here. No, or perhaps it wasn't some fierce battle that had occurred. Because the scene I saw the scene after the doors open. It was a Groza covered in scars from head to toe, without a single piece of intact synthetic skin. Her chest heaved violently, as if she had just experienced a long battle. Damaged joints still crackled with sparks, dragging such a body. I couldn't imagine how she made it on the elbow. The sound in the corridor earlier might have been the sound of this frame stumbling along. Commander, stay away from her. She's that third-gen doll. The training room was dead silent. All eyes shifted back and forth between the two Grozas, bewildered, panicked, and even tinged with a hard-to-describe fear. Groza in the training room said nothing, merely taking a subconscious step forward before stopping. Captain? What's going on? Commander, Krolik, she's the Groza we encountered before. The natural conglomerate used the frame from after my battle with Darcher to modify into a third-gen doll. Continuing. I looked at Groza, whom I had spent day and night with over the past few days, in disbelief. This wasn't an accusation that could be easily believed, but I couldn't sense any lies. And most importantly, Groza, the Groza standing beside me, didn't deny it. Groza looked at her scarred body, the expression on her face not changing in the slightest. That day, Makush, after the commander and I parted ways, we found each other, because our neural clouds share the exact same roots. We were able to sense each other. Originally, we once merged back into one, but she was modified into a third-gen doll. Under the influence of Bujim cells, irreversible changes occurred in her neural cloud. So, we can no longer merge into one. I originally wanted to bring her back, but she attacked me, and then I didn't attack you. Groza coldly interrupts Groza. No one attacked themselves. I just deleted a redundant backup. What? Krolik, who originally couldn't have quite figured out the situation, had a drastic change in expression the moment Groza admitted it herself. You really are! That's fake! I'm not! Groza roared furiously.
私が
I am the real Groza! I am Groza!
8年前にエルモ号に乗り
The Groza who boarded Elmo 8 years ago and fought alongside the commander ever since!
10年前のグリフィンで
The Groza who fought shoulder to shoulder with the commander 10 years ago at Griffin!
私にはグリフィンとエルモ号
I have memories of Griffin, have memories of the Elmo!
私がこうなったのも
Even the reason I became like this was for the Elmo! For the commander!
ダーチュアと戦ったから
It's because I fought Dr. that I was taken away by the conglomerate and modified by them!
彼女は私の後に起動した
She just activated...
ここ数
She's a backup!
記憶があるだけに過ぎない
She just has a few more months of memories than I do!
なのに彼女の方が
Does that make her more qualified than me to call herself Groza? The originally furious Krolik seemed to be suppressed by Groza's stern voice. She stared blankly at her, forgetting for a moment that what she was going to do.
本当に
If... Facing this scene, the heavily scarred and incredibly weak Groza finally fought back with a faint voice, even tinged with electronic noise.
本当にそう思っているのなら
If you really
どうして最初から言わなか
feel
った
so justified, why hide it from everyone?
どうして指揮官にも
Why hide it from Commander and tell them
みんなに
nothing?
黙ってたの誰もあなたの
No one
ことを
ever
疑って
doubted
な
your
かったね
identity. I know
あなた
you
は
are me,
私だし
and I also said
私は
I'll bring you
あなたを
back.
連れて帰ると言ったでもあなたは
But
私を
you attacked me,
焼却
threw me
に
into
し
an
てた
incinerator and to wait for death.
本当に私を殺
If
して
you
も何の
really
罪悪感
only
も
treat me as a
感じない
backup, as a self
バックアッ
that
プ
you
だと
wouldn't
思って
need
い
to,
るのなら
to feel guilty about it, even if you actually murdered it.
どうして嘘をついたの
Why don't you dare to admit it?
私は
I...
それに
And so,
あんたよ
it's you.
あんたが
You're the one who killed Nemesis. Krolik looked at Groza in disbelief.
キャロリック
Krolik, I...
使えるな
Stay back! Krolik gripped the blade in her hand with grief and indignation, his edge pointing at the captain she was inseparable from just a minute ago.
この
You
化け物
monster! Krolik stares intently at that face, the same face as Groza's, the face of the third-gen doll, whose shoulder she had just leaned on to cry not too long ago.
化け物
Monster? A fleeting moment of confusion appeared in her eyes. She looked around the room helplessly, and eventually her gaze finds me. And I was beside Groza right now, supporting her as she stumbled and could barely stand. I saw despair in her eyes.
私が
I...
なのにそう知らぬ顔で私たちと一緒にあいつの死を悼んで
How can you still so hypocritically reminisce about her with us,
被害者ぶって
and still lean on the commander like a victim, saying things like you understand me? Krolik saw nothing. She swung her sword at Groza, her hands trembling from the exertion, but this couldn't cause any harm to Groza. Groza angrily raised her sword again and repeatedly slashed at Groza, as if venting her emotions.
どうして平気でいられるわけ
How exactly do you pretend nothing's wrong so well? Tick-tock.
待てキャロリック
Wait, Krolik! My attempt to dissuade her was pale and weak, but I didn't know what reason I had to stop Krolik. Or rather, should I really be stopping her?
どうして
There's nothing to wait for! These are all facts!
あんたが1ミリでも
Even if you are the slightest bit like the captain, you wouldn't have done something so disgusting! Tick-tock.
指揮官
Commander? The real Groza, I'm not sure if I should describe it this way, but during this time, the Groza that truly stood by my side, right there with me, bad and unrecognizable, is in my arms. And the perpetrator is right in front of me.
あんたは
An
本物の
absolute
怪物
monster.
よ
I will completely destroy you.
殺す
cryptic talk. Finally, when that word, monster, was uttered, she seemed to hear the sound of something snapping. Alright. Groza raised her head, her eyes actually somewhat moist as she looked at Krolik. Am I a monster? In contrast to her gentle, almost confiding voice, her arms were exceptionally vicious, strangling Krolik's throat in an instant. Let go, Groza! But it was of no use now. Her arms kept tightening until the sword fell to the ground from weakness, until she completely snapped Krolik's neck. After that, she turned her head to look at me. I stood in front of Groza, separating her from the other Groza. You think I'm a monster? Sorrow filled her tear-brimmed eyes. I didn't know how to answer. Of course you don't. You shouldn't have hurt Nemesis, hurt Krolik, and hurt her. I never meant to hurt Nemesis! I, at the time, hadn't recovered my memories. It's all a conglomerate! Then, what about Krolik just now? What about her? Hey! Groza. But Groza I know. She's always been worried and fearful, afraid that one day, because of her unfamiliar self or manipulation by others, she would hurt me. To prevent such thing from happening, she has constantly been trying her best to control herself. Then, what about you? Commander, what's happening? Oh! Vetley, please. Why is two captains? Quiet, Vetley. It's like we need to prepare for combat. Wait for me, I'll also... why's it two Grozas? Everyone, don't rush to take action yet. The companions from the Elmo who came running at the sound has arrived. But Groza turned a deaf ear. She simply stared at me, her eyes overflowing with sorrow, confusion, and the pain of being struck by words. By my words. Yeah. I've always been afraid of this happening. That's why I didn't dare to speak up. That's why I didn't dare to tell you the truth, Commander. I'm so afraid. I'm really afraid that if you all find out that I really might lose control, you'll no longer treat me like a comrade, an adjutant, or a captain. If even you all treat me like a monster. Okay. Then who else would treat me as Groza? Groza stands there, at a loss. She helplessly and frantically tries to explain, not even noticing that her tear-filled eyes are turning scarlet, and a thick, dark mist is recklessly sprouting outward from her body. Amidst that pleading call and the blinding scene before my eyes, I recall the promise Groza once made to me. I'm really worried that day will actually come. I'm worried that, in your eyes, I'll truly become a monster. Commander, at least, I hope you can promise me that if that day really comes, please don't hesitate to kill me, to completely destroy me. I raised my gun and pointed it at Groza in front of me. But I couldn't pull the trigger. Behind me, a heavily bruised Groza seemed to subconsciously and gently hold me back. I just realized one thing. The Groza in front of me doesn't even have the memory of making that promise with me. Commander? However, this action of mine, in her eyes, seemed to symbolize something. Really? Do you not acknowledge me anymore either, Commander? She continues to stare at me. The most important adjutant? The most important Groza? All of it. Does all of it have nothing to do with me anymore? But what did I do? What did I do wrong? She looked around helplessly, only to realize that in the chaos just now, the tune has been completely destroyed, and Croy lay decapitated on the ground. And the dolls who had gathered around, save for Groza, were all aiming their guns at her. But she didn't seem to care about the fact that she was surrounded. Compared to Groza. Suddenly, she smiles self-deprecatingly. In your eyes, A pitch-black liquid mixed with bright red flows from her eye sockets. It looks exactly like... I must like a monster. Yes. Exactly like the tears of a monster. Immediately, her wails echoed throughout the Elmo. She struggled painfully, and the dolls who had been on standby quickly sprang into action. All dolls prepare for combat! Oh, there she is, over there. Thanks, boy. Maybe I need to do a heroic mode of that. That was anticlimactic. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the final boss for this event. I'll check afterwards, and next time we fight her, I'll go back and swap it to heroic mode and see what happens. Heavy losses. All personnel are severely injured and unable to fight. Right now, I just hope Mei Ling can stay safe.
Groza.
I tried to call to the doll in front of me, but she acted as if she couldn't hear me, merely stroking my face. Commander, let me tell you again. I really am. Next moment, I was enveloped in her embrace. Soon, we had left the Elmo. So basically, everyone that was just there got fucking destroyed. Basically. It's looking like... Okay. We got it. It'll be at the very end. $2074. Somewhere in the yellow zone. Accompanied by a gust of black wind, the dilapidated wooden floor burst open. After running around for several hours, Juno finally set down the one tightly confined in her arms. The creature parasitic in her frame was still restless from her sprint, but she still tried to keep her movements gentle. Okay, this is it. Commander, we can take a good rest now. The person placed on the soft bed remained silent. Juno took a step back, and the four terrifying arms dissipated behind her like a fog. She stared at that blindfolded face and raised her hand once again. Don't blame me for keeping your eyes blindfolded, Commander. I didn't want to scare you on the way here. As she spoke, her fingers gently reached behind the commander's head and untied a blindfold over his eyes. A warm trembling transmitted from the touch, and Juno instinctively shielded the not-so-bright light for him. Don't rush to open your eyes, Commander. After gently massaging around the eyes for a moment, Juno stopped and switched to lightly netting the other shoulders. Do you feel better now? Sorry, Commander. I can't untie the ropes in your hands just yet. Being your opponent, I don't dare let my guard down even for a second. The other party remained silent. Juno didn't mind, simply letting go, turning to walk into the house to fetch some drinking water and carefully offering it to his lips. Commander, here. Drink some water. Don't be mad at me. You need hydration. Aren't you thirsty? Or do you want me to feed it to you? Ah, that type of feeding. Under Juno's threats, he finally showed some response. Red Commander's like, huh, this feels very familiar. Commander slightly turned his head, bit the rim of the cup, and cooperatively drank the water. That's right. Perhaps because he hadn't drunk water in a long time, he broke into a fit of coughing, choking coughs before finishing his drink. Juno lightly patted Commander's back and leaned in to wipe the water droplets from the Commander's lips. I'm sorry, Commander. Being like this must be very uncomfortable. But this is the only way I can get you to listen to me right now. I've been listening. Commander finally spoke. His voice is somewhat hoarse, but composed and calm as always. Moreover, starting from the location you picked, the way you tied me up, and the very thing you did after coming in, I know you didn't plan to hurt me. You took me away from the elf because you didn't know what to do and didn't want to give up the chance to talk to me.
私と話す機会が欲しかったからだ。訓練室では派手にやってくれたが、
You were heavy-handed in the training room, but you avoided all the areas that would directly damage the neural cores.
そしてここは
The room you chosen is an empty cabin,
財団の
not a conglomerate of Yazan points.
いずれも
None of this is how a Durchin doll would
やり
act.
口じゃない。君の目的は
You didn't want to hurt me. You wanted to
私との
communicate.
対話だ。
Juno was slightly taken aback.
指揮官
Commander,
あなた
10年以上の仲じゃないか。
we've known each other for more than 10 years.
君の考えなんて
It's very easy for me to guess what you're thinking.
じゃあ私をグロー
Are you
ザだと
willing
認めてくれる
to recognize me as Groza?
否定した覚えはない。
I never denied it. Juno leaned forward, resting even deeper upon his lap. No. Perhaps she saw the person before her as a final pillar of support, allowing herself to surrender all the burdens weighing on her neural cloud.
私はネメシスを殺し
I
た
was the one who killed Nemesis.
キャロリック
I'm the one who hurt Krolik,
ソップ
Kina,
み
Sapo,
んなを傷
and...
つけたいや
No,
もっと大勢を
perhaps
傷つけたかも
hurt
しれ
even
な
more
い
people.
財団や保安局に身
A
を置いて
conglomerate at StateSec
あなた
during
の
those
そば
days
から離れてい
when I was
た
away from you.
グローザ。
慰めの言葉はい
Commander,
らない
don't comfort me.
罰して
Punish me to your heart's
私は
content.
罰を受けて当然なの
That's what I deserve.
私じゃなくて
Not for me, but for the people I hurt.
私に傷つけられた人たちのために
Juno buried her entire face in her arms, allowing her vision to be shrouded in darkness. Once again, something wet welled up from her eyes. Even those creatures miraculously fell silent, trembling soundlessly along with her body.
知ってる
Commander,
エルゴ号で過ごしたこ
did you
の
know?
数日この
These
素
past
敵
few
で
days
目覚
living
め
on
て
the Elmo have been the happiest days I
一
had
番幸せな日々
since
だ
waking up in this frame.
自分の気持ちを隠す必
There's
要
no
も
need to hide my true emotions anymore.
力で他人を
No
脅
need
すことも
to
ない
imitate or intimidate others
グロ
with
ーザの
power,
服を着て
just like this.
あなたのそばに
Wearing
立て
Groza's combat suit and standing by your side.
あなたが何をしてなく
You
ても
don't need to do or say
何も言
anything
わなくても私は
But I
全
already
て
have
手
the
に
whole
入れた
world
気持ちにな
by
る
my side.
グローザ。
私が欲しいのはそれだけ
That's all I ever wanted, Commander.
ずっと副官としてあなたのそ
I
ば
want
に
to serve as your adjutant,
あなた
to
の
stand
た
by
め
your
に
side
戦う
forever, and to fight for you.
たとえ他の全員に
Even
責め
if
られ
I'm
て
blamed by everyone, even if everyone no longer believes in me, even if I am now
あなた
forced to
さえ
bring you
認め
here,
てくれればいい
all I want is your acknowledgement.
あなたさえ
That's all I ever needed.
だったら最初から騙すべきでは
If
なかっ
that's
た。
all you wanted, then you shouldn't have deceived anyone from the very beginning.
グローザを傷つけて、
You shouldn't have hurt Groza, let alone act like her on the
今
Elmo.
は私を
Nor should you have tied me up here. Doing this will only deepen the conflict between you and
信
everyone.
頼関係を揺るがすことだ。
騙す
Should not have deceived. Huh? Juno raised her head. She looked at the commander, but was deeply stung by those bright eyes.
じゃあ
But,
どうすればよかった
Commander,
の
that identity, facing you and everyone else, how could I bring myself to say it?
さくらやキャロリック
Am I supposed to tell Sakura,
メイリーに
tell
私が
Krolik,
ネメシスを
admitting that I
殺したと
killed
言えばよかった
Nemesis?
の私が渡してあるために
Am I supposed to say that in order to reclaim this identity, I personally put myself into incinerator? Upon saying that name, the originally calm creatures inside Juno's body boiled again. Like countless tiny clusters of fire bursting inside her body, making her want to curl up in pain, making her want to let out a more remorseful, more unwilling sound.
そんなの怖くて
I
で
don't
きない
dare! I'm so scared.
この素体は私を
This
強く
frame
し
may
た
be very strong, but I'm
でも
still
同時に
scared.
怖いの
I'm afraid of being seen as a monster. I'm afraid that the people who were once close to me look at me as a stranger, or even with fear. Even I know I've done things that can't be undone. How can I dare to hope for their forgiveness? Kulik won't tolerate it. Mei Ling won't. She won't. And neither will you. No. Maybe even I myself wouldn't. Neither she nor I can forgive a Groza like this. Nor will we tolerate such a Groza stain on the Omo. But I still want to stay. Want to stay by your side, no matter what it takes. But now, everything is ruined.
Groza.
Everyone on the Elmo will never accept me again. They won't respect and love their captain like they used to. I'll no longer be treated as Groza, but a monster that could lose control at any moment. Will Krolik still hang around complaining me about the rations after training? Possibly to face Nemesis' belongings and her various traces left in the Elmo with a clear conscience? Will Colfine and Mei Ling still act spoil with me and let me pat their heads? Or will the first thing they see when they see me be the image of Nemesis being torn apart in that scene in the training room? Will they be afraid of my monster-like forearms? I can't answer for them. Then what about you? You walked back to the command room to assign someone to the adjutant position. When both I and she are standing there, will you let me stand by your side? The one who takes a bullet for you, cooks you late night snacks, and forces you to go to bed when you stay up late. To you, is that me? Or is it her? Commander fell silent. He didn't avoid Juno's question, but neither did he give an answer. That's called avoiding. I don't know. So, that's the problem right there, Commander. Juno smiled, and there was almost no strength left in that smile. She and I both know very well that we are both Groza. That is the problem. There was originally only one Groza. How can two people share this position? She raised her hand and pressed it against her chest. We tried to merge into one in Makosh, but we failed. I am no longer purely Groza, I am also a third-gen doll. Technically speaking, you are already two different entities. Then, in your eyes, which of us is the original, and which is the replica? Look, even you can't give an answer. She wipes the moisture off her face with her fingertips, the motion seeming as though she's wiping away some unnecessary disguise. But, thank goodness. Thank goodness. At least, compared to her, I still have my advantages. Advantage? I've recovered my memories, Commander. Our memories from Griffin. As she spoke, her voice surprisingly calmed down. After that battle, I lost my place on the Yomo. But at least I have what she doesn't. Our more precious past. I still hold the earliest memories. Groza, what are you trying to do? I told you. I don't need everyone on the Elmo to acknowledge me. I also know that they'll probably never look at me the same way again. What I truly need, from beginning to end, was only you, Commander. Juno raised her head, looking at the commander, her gaze becoming sharp and sorrowful. As long as I prove this, you will definitely choose me. Because that is our past. Memories that only we possess. She gently leaned down and paused at his shoulder for a moment. Please, leave my commander alone. Just one more time. Does she fuck him? That sounded like let's have sex words. Zverskin, you know me way, like, we hang out way too much. I think we both had the same thought at the same exact time. Okay. Anyways. We still haven't found her? As the communication terminal rang, Groza raised her head. Her eyes carried a heavy fatigue, but this weariness was truly not worth mentioning compared to her worry and anxiety. Since the commander was hijacked by that black Groza, the lights in the Elmo's command room had not been turned off once. Almost all available dolls from the Elmo were dispatched to participate in the pursuit, but the opponent's overwhelmingly powerful abilities or familiarity with the behavioral habits of the Elmo's dolls resulted in zero progress in tracking her down. Sorry. Springfield shook her head apologetically. The yellow zone lacks surveillance equipment. The electronic tracking methods commonly used in the green and white zones are ineffective here, so intel gathered is very limited. We've already searched multiple settlements along possible routes, but upon further investigation, all suspicious leads end abruptly in the wilderness. I'm afraid we have no choice but to further expand the scale of our tracking. But the Elmo doesn't have much manpower left, right? Judging by your looks, just how tough is she? Well, consistent with what Kina and the others experienced, the enemy's combat power completely eclipses the Elmo's current capabilities. After the battle, the dolls were heavily damaged. Even working through the night, Vinnick and Baltil can't repair them all. You and Sections must return as soon as possible. Understood. We'll speed the return trip. Since the Elmo's short of personnel, when I called Makoto's squad? No, not yet. If Groza's from the conglomerate, Makoto needs her guards even more right now. Oh, notify Squad 404 and Monsoon to assist in searching the commander when free. In the end, it's a task of finding a commander that has to fall on the back row. Is it because the hostage taker is Groza that there's no need to worry so much about the commander's safety? Groza smiled bitterly. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Under the premise of assuring the commander's safety, what would she do next? Even I myself can't predict it. In the communication channel, everyone fell silent. A moment later, Springfield smiled gently. As expected, not a single moment can be wasted. After a brief rest, I'll lead everyone out. I'll leave it to you then. If we find any leads on the Elmo side, we'll sync up with you immediately. Springfield nods. She raises her hand to close the comms channel, but before pressing the button, she winks at Groza. Don't forget to take a break from your work, Groza. Even if you can't relax, it'd be good to find time to have Mei Ling perform some maintenance on your frame. Commander is nowhere to be found right now. The Elmo can't afford to lose you too. Yeah, I will. Thank you. That black Groza hits so hard. By the maintenance desk, Mei Ling inspects the damage to Krolik's frame and can't help but wrinkle her face. Krolik, however, clenches her fist and lets out a cold sneer. That person doesn't deserve the name Groza at all. The thought that she's been pretending to be the captain and talking to me these past few days make me sick. I'm sorry. Even though I spent so much time with the other party, I still failed to notice the anomaly. If I had noticed earlier, Commander would have been abducted. Right now, I don't even know where the Commander is. Mei Ling didn't stop her maintenance work, but her head drooped heavily. Beside her, Colfane stood on her tiptoes and unceremoniously rubbed Mei Ling's cheeks. Oh, Mei Ling, don't blame yourself right now, okay? After all, even the captain and the commander admitted that the person was also the real captain. It's completely normal that you couldn't spot any flaws. I don't want to accept this. I definitely want to accept this. That monster-like thing, that thing would tear Nemesis to shreds, is absolutely not the captain. After all, the captain was indeed modified by the consortium into a third-gen doll. When those 4 arm somethings popped out, it really gave me a fright. Someone capable of doing such a thing, even if they were once a captain, will absolutely not forget them. Krolik gritted her teeth and clenched her fist tightly, her body trembling fiercely. No one spoke, and no one dared to, until after a moment where she looked at the Mei Ling. Mei Ling, is there any way to quickly strengthen our prototype body? Increase power, enhance strength, reinforce the blades, even if that can make me stronger, works. Next time we meet, I'm definitely going to cut her legs off. Oh? Is that how you treat your captain, Krolik? Hey, she came back. Interesting. Amidst Colfane's scream, a figure emerged from the darkness and calmly walked into the maintenance room. Seeing Krolik and the others two here, he seemed somewhat surprised, but immediately revealed a satisfied smile. I didn't expect you all to be here. I was just planning to invite you three. Now then, come with me. Krolik grabbed her blade, flipped off the maintenance platform, and raised the weapon to shield Colfane and Mei Ling. Stay away! You want to stop me? Then I'll say it again. Melee, Kolfing, Krolik, leave with me. Don't try to resist me. This is your captain's order, Krolik. Order? Like I never listen to you. Before she can even finish, Krolik lunges forward with her blade raised. She leaps high, using every ounce of strength she can muster. However, before her all-out strike could even touch the opponent, she was swatted far away by a flashing dark shadow. The swatted doll smashed a huge crack into the wall and fell to the ground. Kofi wanted to run over, but just as she took a step, she found her body was also suspended in the air, following an incoming black shadow. That long, terrifying arm grabbed her, and also grabbed the doll lying in the corner. Sorry. You know it's to complete the important matter between the commander and me. I'll have to wrong you and curl like a bit. Juno smiled, her tone incomparably calm. She turned around and quietly gazed at the remaining mailing in front of her. Good girl. Kina reached out her hand and gently stroked Mainling's head. Don't be afraid. The moment she was touched, Mainling trembling threw a wrench at Juno's arm and suddenly backed away. Being too flustered, she tripped over the storage rack behind her. The rack lost its balance and countless miscellaneous items spilled out, crashing down beside her. Listen to me. I won't hurt you. I promise. I don't want to. Mainling curled up into a ball and began to sob. But no matter how much she cried, she could no longer stop Juno in front of her. A massive arm reached over and gently wrapped around her. She closed her eyes, not even having time to dodge before she flew into the night wind along with the black shadow. Groza, who hurried over upon hearing the sound, could only watch as the black shadow rapidly faded into the distance. On the plain, a black hurricane swept in and poured into that solitary cabin. Stopping in the shadows, far away from the house, Darcher cheerfully twirled the handle of her parasol. Finally, I've caught you. A contact message was sent out, and the sound of connection quickly rang out. Oh? Looking at you. Have you finally found your lost sister? That took quite a bit longer than I estimated. Leaving the other aspects aside for now, our sister's anti-reconnaissance abilities are truly commendable. However, the location is confirmed. When will my new clothes and the controller be delivered? Got your clothes dirty. You won't have the energy to fight like that. Not far, but it'll take some time. Until then, you better make sure she stays put. She will, even without me. Darcher's gaze shifted outside the cabin. Who knows where her sister found the materials, but the originally empty ground was piled with ribbons, mats, and artificial flowers, as if some mysterious ceremony was incubating here. According to my observations, she is playing make-believe here. Playing house. These dolls at the Emerald even have such consistent quirks. It's a pity your frame hasn't been completely repaired yet. Otherwise, I'd really love to see a game ruined. Would it be quite interesting to casually make an appearance after the game ends? When treating our sisters, I don't mind offering a bit more elegance and courtesy. Interesting. Then let me see how this game will end. I believe you will give a spectacular finale. Facing the comm screen, Darcher raised her parasol and bowed respectfully. As you wish. Alright. Before I continue, I did notice in the chat things were getting pretty heated. Whew, I saw cap locks all around there. I am glad you guys are so passionate to talk about this. But let's keep it a little respectful. I didn't see any swear words being thrown around, but I did see some name calling. So let's not do that. Let's keep things civil and respectful. No, not love and friendship, but hopes and dreams. It's the fuel Ghost Frontline fuels itself on. Anyways. Dong dong. When the melodious bell chimed, the long closed door finally slowly opened. Although I had some expectations of what Groza wanted to do, the scene before me still left me slightly stunned. Only slightly. Even if the set design was hasty and crude, the decorated ruins of the ancient building before me looked, without a doubt, exactly what I was so familiar with. Hold on. The decorated ruins of the ancient building before me looked, without a doubt, exactly what I was so familiar with. Even though so much time had passed, the events of that day are still vivid in my mind. Just like at this moment. Groza stood before me, smiling, draped in a pure white veil. In her hands, she held a bouquet tied with a ribbon. Her skirt trailed to the ground, her long hair fluttering.
Groza.
Smiling happily, Groza reached out and touched my shoulder. Commander, do you like my outfit today?
何をするつもりだ?
What exactly you're trying to do?
You
remember today, right? I'm surprised at all. That day you gave that to me. Are we canonizing oaths? Did the commander actually oath Groza in Ghost Frontline 1? Now the question is, did he oath everyone? Okay, let me continue. I said before, you are a commander worthy of trusting my faith to.
こんなことして何になる?
You know this won't solve the problem. Evading the answer? You're as cunning as ever, Commander. Although I really want to apologize to you, Commander, since I arranged all this on my own. But continuing this topic would really ruin the mood. So, you should just stay with me, Commander, and enjoy this moment. Oh, some cutscene.
ついにこの時が来たのね。ずっとこの日を待ってた。見て、エルモ号のみんなも祝ってくれているわ。ほら、そんなに硬くならないで、ちゃんと見てたわ。 私がいない間どれだけ大変な思いをしてきたか。ただいま指揮官。今日からは永遠に一緒よ。指揮官。諦めが悪いのね、あなたも。
Yep. The trailer was canon. For once. Okay, since I promised it, let me go back and pull on heroic mode. That way Void won't destroy her in one hit. It'll be 2 hits. Just remember, this is the Chinese version, and my units are not good. At all, actually. So, we'll see what happens. I also didn't check what the debuffs were. I literally have no idea. Need to move closer. So she reaches from there, but that's like a really bad idea. One damage. Nice.
Engine 起動。逃げられる。エンジン起動。
Cover here. Yeah, this counts as cover. Let's see what happens. Okay, not bad. Oh, I didn't realize that. I only need to survive for 4 turns. Okay. That makes this easier then. 1. I feel like leaving her there may be a bad idea, but let's give it a shot. We got rewinds.
デザートはいかがですか？はい。お茶をお出ししましょう。あなたたちごときが叶うとでも瞬きしている場合か。
ご命令を。
喜んで。
Okay, I'm gonna speed this up because we're not gonna kill her in 4 turns.
はい。
Damn, boy. You're like, let me in, coach.
デザートはいかがですか？今が勝機よ。喜んで。
Was that actually work? Yeah, it will. Let's see. Let's see what dash this does. Oh, I can see it. Let's see. 150. I think that's 35,000. It's dance reduction, it looks like. If I do it, just... This looks better, yeah. Must be E in the cap. What if I do this one now? No, we'll keep doing minimum. And one more time. Is the mech legitimately stronger than Void normally? The answer is yes. There is no yes, and is actually yes. It is designed to enhance Void Monster across the board. It was a design made by Shaw, and it's supposed to make her stronger. So, who finished it? Neela. Cornelia Schaefer.
Engine 起動。逃げられる。エンジン起動。
Because, you know, she's done robotics before. They did, yeah. Yeah, people are like hardcore coping that that Void is stronger than the mech, but no, it's literally designed to make her stronger. That said, the mech was damaged during Corporation, so lore-wise, at the moment in the story, she's not using the mech because it's damaged. The set-piece auditorium completely collapsed. Walls and trellises fell towards Groza, sending dust flying everywhere and temporarily blocking her vision. Taking advantage of the moment Groza was distracted, Squad 4-4 charged in, covering Mei Ling and me as we retreated to a safe area. Almost the very moment I arrived in the safe house, Groza rushed to my side. Her hair was all disheveled from the battle, and her body was covered in dust and bullet marks, but she just stared straight at me, carefully holding my hands and trembling as she tore at the ropes binding them. Her hands were shaking constantly, barely able to even grip the knots. It wasn't until Andres beside her handed over a military knife that she finally managed to slice open the first knot. Don't rush. Slow down. The moment all the ropes snapped and fell, Groza threw herself into my arms. She hugged me tightly, wailing and calling out my name. Technically, you disappeared because of my negligence, and now I once again... I'm sorry, I'm so incompetent. Groza sobbed violently in my arms. I hugged her back, patting her back lightly, hoping to at least give her some strength to lean on. It's okay, Groza. Look, I'm so perfectly fine now, aren't I? I'm back. Your rescue operation was very successful. But if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have... Don't say that. I shook my head, stopping Groza from blaming herself. Recalling scattered forces, launching surprise attack at the perfect time, using the environment to besiege the enemy, and rescuing the hostage. You planned it very well, Groza. It's precisely because I believed you would come that I could calmly deal with them until now. Really? Yeah. I held Groza's shoulder and wiped the tears from her cheeks. Don't forget, you're Groza. You're my captain. No matter what kind of predicament you're in, I believe you can handle it. So, you need to trust yourself more as well. My words seemed to give Groza immense strength. She nodded repeatedly, her expression becoming clear, and the trembling of her body gradually subsided. In contrast, in the ruins a few meters away from us, the other Groza's face was visibly darkening. The white gauze she originally wore was torn to the point of almost disappearing. Her smooth, flowing long hair was now a disheveled mess, her dancing wildly in the wind along with the floating white gauze. She gazed deeply at us, a hurricane of hatred seemingly rising in her eyes, mixed with a hint of sorrow. Is this your choice, Commander? Even if I prove that I possess griffins. Groza took a step forward, blocking me. She held her gun warily, but didn't aim it at her opposite us. Following Groza's lead, the other dolls also raised weapons on alert. Groza didn't pay attention to her other Groza, or anyone else. She just stared straight at me and slowly spoke the rest of her words. Even if Satvabin has already set his sights on Yelmo, even if I am the original Groza, who will accompany you and spend 10 years by your side, even if I have the power sufficient to rival third-gen dolls, I can perfectly protect the Yelmo. Would you still make this choice, Commander? Groza stared at me without blinking. Amidst the sky full of dust, her expression had nearly turned into one of pleading. I looked at her in disappointment, looking at the Groza in front of me. Groza's voice was almost somewhat hysterical. I had never heard her voice so hoarse before. It was like a saw with missing teeth desperately tearing at wood. Nor had I ever seen her wear such a mournful expression. I knew that every word she said at this moment was definitely not a lie, and I knew that she was the original OTS-14. And that's why it seemed so tragic, so completely meaningless. You fall into paranoia, Groza. The problem between us isn't all about whether I still remember the past I experienced with you. It's never forgotten. Those memories are so real, just as real as what is happening right here, right now.
四季君
I didn't hide behind anyone, but instead just faced her directly. Precisely because I know who she is. Precisely because I believe in her. Therefore now, I must personally strip away the lies and self-deception she has blinded herself with. That always catches me off guard when that happens. Groza's voice became incredibly shrill, and her expression gradually turned frantic. She kept shaking her head while looking at me. Her entire face dyed blood red. For the first time, I realized that a dog could shed so many tears. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. When I opened my eyes again, I shouted with all my might towards the Groza in the ruins. Stop running away, Groza! You chose the wrong path from the very beginning. There's no way you've reached the right outcome. Calm down and reconsider your future. As I called out, Groza kept shaking her head. After the frenzy, her expression was almost in a trance. I couldn't even tell if she heard my voice. Seems like she's going to listen. Seeming to sense my next move, Groza gently held me back. She looked at her other self with eyes full of worry, as if she still wanted to say something. However, with the other's current nearly out-of-control state, saying anything would have limited meaning. All communication must wait until the other party truly calms down. I know this very well. Not to mention, there's someone else who needs more taken care of right now. Behind me, supported by everyone, Mei Ling is pale and tottering. As if to comfort her, I let out a low sigh and patted Groza's shoulder. This is all I can do for now. Everyone's safety is what matters. Let's evacuate quickly while we can.
了解 これもみんなのおかげだ
Well, that worked out. That's just a translation quality, that's all. Don't worry about that. It's happened before. Oh, let's double check this, just in case. Heroin stick. Nah, nothing here. We'll still do it, though. Because I need to anyways.
今が初級 デザートはいかがですか
At this the original OTS-14, she has those memories in photos of Griffin where she was in love with the commander. Yep, exactly. It's always been canon that Groza has been in love with the commander. I think she was one of the few confirmed ones that was legitimately in love with him. It's her and Most Nagant. And also M4. Nobody cares about Most Nagant. I care. She's hot. And drunk.
お待たせしましたこれも
みんなのおかげだ。
I in fact do like blondes. That is canon. The air still carried the burnt smell of the extinguished salutes. The set that had been arranged to look like a wedding hall had mostly been dismantled, leaving only scattered decorative fragments on the ground, white ribbons trampled with artificial petals, and the wedding shawl discarded in the corner. Juno sat on the cracked concrete beam, her gown was in tatters, with only a few dried wine-red stains clinging to the hem. She vainly gazed into the distance where the helicopter had gone, as if all hope had departed with his evacuation. In the end, is this the only reaction she could muster? She raised her hand, her fingertips gently touching her own lips. My future. By her feet, a ring she had casually discarded tumbled through the dust, finally coming to rest quietly beside her shoe. One unsightly feast. I don't know whether I should feel regret that I wasn't invited or feel glad. A familiar voice, laced with a mocking smile, flows naturally from the shadows. Juno's gaze slowly shifts over, and the first thing to catch her eye is that familiar parasol. Darcher leans against a rusted steel pillar, half her face hidden beneath the umbrella, the corners of her lips slightly turned up. But if we look at it not as a banquet but a circus, it's quite amusing. You think it's funny? I prefer to call it comical. The creature within Juno stirs for a moment, but quickly returns to calm. She can't even be bothered to raise her combat limbs. It was all because of her, because of the conglomerate, that she had fallen to such a state. Juno looked coldly at Darcher before her, disgust and hatred constantly churning in her heart. However, she had lost even the strength to be angry, as if she felt exhausted even by the thought of taking revenge on Darcher. At this point, what meaning would there be, even if she killed Darcher? She had never sought the thrill of revenge. What she wanted had been forever lost with her loss of control. She had lost her place forever. Do it. Darcher chuckled lightly, as if listening to a harmless joke. Make a move? What gave you that idea, Juno? Didn't Cocoon already say it? We're sisters. Why must we take things to such a heartless degree? When you as a doll stupid as Blue Spear, you got the wrong target. At this point, I am very clear about who I am and what I mean to you. I have proven that I am not under your control. To you, I am just a nuisance right now. Also, you forcing yourself to pretend you don't hate me is disgusting. Oh my. Giving up on yourself? To Juno's surprise, facing her provocative words, Darcher showed no trace of anger. Indeed, even if I forgive you for sneaking up on me. The soldiers you killed indeed caused losses to the conglomerate. According to the rules, you should be disciplined. However, to put it bluntly, the power to judge and decide on this lies with me, the person in charge of monitoring. What are you trying to say? Indeed, I once very frankly expressed my disgust for you. You already know the reason by now, but that's all in the past. If you were in their shoes, you wouldn't show a good face to someone who hindered you during admission either, right? And now, well, although it's quite dramatic, you've already bid farewell to your past in the most resolute manner. There is no longer a place for you on that bizarre warship. Starting today, you have no relation to the second-generation doll called Groza. You have completely became our sister, Juno. So, what reason do I have to loathe you? As for the soldiers, if you are my sister, then they are nothing but meaningful consumables. If Mrs. Zimmerman asks you to write a self-criticism, I can link you a few drafts of samples. Juno looked at Darcher in disbelief. Her heart, which has already gone out, seemed to ignite once again in this moment. Dare you, instigator? How dare you show you up in front of me? What they can't give you, our conglomerate can. Juno was somewhat taken aback. Taking advantage of this moment, Darcher gently approached her until she could reach out and touch Juno's face. Your name is Juno, a third-generation doll of the conglomerate. Not some piece of scrap metal acting as a housekeeper on a mere bounty hunter's rusty vehicle. You don't need to ask for a position that doesn't match your style. You belong with us. Won't let you insult Commander. Fine, I won't insult him. Let me ask you. As one of us, are you clear on this? Just what kind of trouble is that Commander getting into right now? You know very well that, as a second-gen doll, you are pitifully weak. Well, we can easily bestow upon you the mighty power you have now. If we were to seriously deal with the bounty hunter, the outcome he would face, surely, with your intelligence, I don't need to spell it out. What are you trying to say? Now, you have an opportunity, sister. This might be the last thing you can do for him. Help him completely get free from these troubles. Juno fell silent, staring at her own hands. She seemed persuaded by Darcher, or perhaps she was simply tired of this conversation, and she stood up from the concrete beam. Darcher didn't continue to chase and pressure her with words. She just watched as Juno raised her hand, gently pressed a spot on her chest, and then stepped towards the steps of the wilderness. A cold breeze blew past the discarded wedding dress shawl, slowly rolled in the wind, eventually swallowed by the darkness. A roar came from deep within the hull, as if a slumbering giant whale was slowly turning around. The bulkheads vibrated imperceptibly. On the screen, the Elmo's coordinate marker gradually slipped away from the thermal power plant's vicinity. No, I have to walk a long way if I want to go to the community after this. Just got on good terms with the people inside. What a pity. It's also for safety reasons. After all, the Elmo can move, but the thermal power plant's location is always fixed. However, after things are over, we still drive it back. Now we made so much money. If worst comes to worst, we can just use the helicopter to round trips in the future. It won't burn an issue anyway. Besides, not just everyone in the Elmo who feels regretful. Fei Tusa, for example, is throwing a tantrum. Even if Groza suggestively indeed had no intention of harming us. But as a third-gen doll, no one can guarantee whether the conglomerate left something in her. Even though her essence as Groza might not have changed, she has lost control too many times. I can't gamble on it. The good news is that weather's on our side. A storm is passing by tonight, and most of the Elmo's tracks will be erased. I'll take Squadful 4 to clean up later, which should prevent our route from being tracked. Very well. Prioritize wiping the positioning information clean around the community area. Isn't this a bit too far away? I turn my head to look at her. Ensuring the safety of the doll community is our top priority. If the community's coordinates are exposed, then the entire premise of our discussion will vanish. When that time comes, there will be no need to worry about things like, will it be troublesome if we're too far apart? Besides, the conglomerate has their eyes on me. I don't want you to be implicated when things happen. Ulrich was silent for a few seconds before finally let out a sigh. I'm sorry. At a time like this, I can only uselessly accept your kindness. I smile. It's fine. Spreading you arguing back at me. That means you're rational and responsible enough for the doll community. Just in case, we head back to the community first once we dock. Since this happens so suddenly, our relocation might cause unrest among the dolls in the community. You need to go calm them down. However, I can take care of myself, and there are many people in the Elmo who to protect me. Besides, like you said, if something really happens, it won't take long to get here by helicopter. Do you make a lot of money? Hear me use her own words to tease her. Ulrich's expression softened slightly. So, where do you plan to drive the vehicle? Here. I pointed to a set of coordinates on the map. Earlier, when we passed by here on our way to the thermal power plant, we noticed a massive ruined city. If it were in the past, I would have stopped nearby and gone into a search. There might have been leftover supplies. But because we had a clear objective at the time, we had to give up on it. As a temporary base, this is actually quite suitable. If battle breaks out, it would also be a good battlefield. Rather than fighting next to the Elmo or out in the open wasteland with no cover. Alright. Not a bad idea after all. Then I have one more thing to ask. Why isn't the adjutant lady here? And those, noisy girls? Have they all wilted? Be in the room pouring out to go down in history. Playing dead will make the problem go away. I sighed deeply and rushed the bridge of my nose. Despite being a victim at the center of the recent storm, right now there is someone else who needs healing more than I do. The trouble is, there are quite a few of them. Please keep an eye on the progress here. I'm going to step away for a bit. Look at Kurto lips, somewhat unpleased, but she didn't object. Finish this quickly. Yeah, leave it to me. The lighting in the lounge was tuned very low. We were approaching our destination, and the silhouette of an abandoned city slowly sliding past outside the window could be seen. Broken high-rises, collapsed overpasses, and the hollows led by the collapse storms.
指揮官
Commander? Rico had been waiting here the whole time, as if anticipating my arrival.
お願いします
Leave it to you.
あ
Yeah. I looked towards the corner of the rest area. Rose was sitting on a bench by the window, her knees pulled up, arms hugging her knee pads, and her head resting against the glass.
グローザ
あの時は私が
If
も
I
っと
could be
し
more
っかり
thorough,
していればあの戦の時点で
if I could have
素体を徹底
completely
的に
destroyed
破
the
壊
frame
してお
back
くべ
then.
きだった
Her voice was very soft, almost drowned out by the low hum of the engine.
そうすれば
And she
彼女は
wouldn't
誕
have
生しな
existed.
かったこんなことにも
And none of these things would have happened.
ネメシスも彼女がいなかっ
If it weren't for her,
たネメシスも
Nemesis wouldn't have.
いや
No.
あの夜
In the end, if I had
もっと
noticed her
ネメ
unwanted
シス
that
に気を
night,
払うべきだったどうして違和感を感じた
I
の
quickly ran into her
そのままにしてお
and
いた
noticed
の
at the
か
time. So why did I follow through?
グローザ
She lifted her head and looked at me, her eyes full of exhaustion. I shook my head slightly, took 2 steps closer, and sat down opposite her.
全部自分の
You think it's all your fault?
のか
Groza curled up even tighter, as if trying to collapse herself into a singularity and vanish into the quantum void.
全てのきっかけは
The starting point of everything.
自分が許せない
And I can't forgive myself.
全部予感はしてた
I
のに
clearly had premonitions about these things long ago,
なのに私
but I
欲張って
was too greedy.
今の暮らしを捨てた
I
くない
didn't want
と
to
思
abandon my
ってしまっ
current
た
life, so I kept turning a
見て
blind
見
eye.
ぬふりを
Rosa lowered her head, not knowing what she had thought of. Her brow furrowed deeply, and her expression grew increasingly bitter.
あの私も
That
私なの
me
よ
is also me, Commander.
指揮官見た目がどう変わろう
No matter what she has become,
どんな取り返し
no
も
matter
つかないこと
how
を
many
しようか
irreparable things she has done,
あれは私
I know it. That is me.
暴走した彼女のあ
If
の
she
姿
could lose control and become what she is now,
私もいつか
does that mean sooner or
こうな
later
ってしまうのかしら
I will turn out like that too?
私の心配してたことが
Will the things I worry about
全部
actually
起きてし
come
まうのか
true
しら
one day?
それとも
No.
もう
Actually,
とっくに起きているの
it's already come true, hasn't it?
私はただのバックアップ
I am just an activated backup,
でも彼女は
and she's
she's
a nightmare I always had.
私のずっと恐れて
Everything
い
I
た
was
悪
afraid
魔
would happen.
私たちの違いは
The only difference is that she is manipulated by conglomerates,
保安局
while
だった
I'm manipulated by StateSec. As if finally voicing her deepest thoughts, Rosa lowered her head even further. Her golden hair hung down messily beside her cheeks. Her haggard appearance made me involuntarily reach out to hold her cheeks and brush back her fallen hair. Supported by me, Groza shrank back slightly again. Her smile was bitter, as if filled with guilt, yet carrying a hint of hesitation. It seemed to hide a certain emotion that I couldn't read. No, perhaps even she hadn't deciphered it yet. The strange emotion was like a needle stuck on a sponge. A pea buried under a mattress. Something you're saying. Impossible to ignore. I gently stroked her face, my thoughts inevitably returning to a few days ago.
あの私にそっくりな人形私の素体
In
の
a
元に
sense, that
改造
modified
さ
doll
れた
who is
可
very
能性が
similar to
高い
me
わ
and is highly likely using my frame.
ある意味
Is it
私
much
と
different from
大
me?
差ないかもしれない
Raised my gun and pointed it at Groza in front of me. But I couldn't pull the trigger. Behind me, a heavily bruised Groza seemed to subconsciously and gently hold me back. Connecting this with what Groza had just said, the sense of incongruity in my heart deepened. I couldn't help but recall that time in Makosh again. Commander, at the very least, I hope you can promise me that if that day ever comes, you will kill me, destroy me completely, without any hesitation. But having that said, when truly facing that monster version of herself, she didn't fire her gun. While gently holding me back, she seemed to be the only one who didn't point her gun at her. In fact, when leaving that auditorium, even though Groza was equally hurt, she seemed even more eager than me to continue communicating with that Groza. There seemed to be a subtle difference between Groza's thoughts towards that Groza and her actual actions. A certain conjecture slowly surfaced in my mind. Could it be? I looked at her for a long time. Under my prolonged gaze, Groza's haggard and bitter smile gradually became resolute again, as if saying she was willing to do anything for me. I sighed softly. Groza's always like this, considerately and resolutely wanting to shoulder everything all for me. Even if the price is pushing me away, even if she is the one who gets hurt, even if it means completely sacrificing herself. But at this very moment, I seem to somewhat understand Groza's true thoughts. She's afraid. Even with a determination for self-sacrifice, deep down she was still afraid that if she turned into a monster, I would truly and completely destroy her. So, because of this, I wanted to know that I had equal determination. Not determination to destroy anything or anyone, but determination to save everything. The day before we went to Makosh, the day Nemesis leading her own backup, Dandelion, Readthrough, and I talked about you. Groza froze for a moment, her eyes widening in surprise. I've always known that you're worried about what's happening to your neural cloud. I always comfort you, saying those things aren't problems and you don't need to worry. But actually, what I meant isn't that we should pretend those problems don't exist. I rested my hand on Groza's cheek, hoping to pass my body heat to her. When a problem arises, we should consider how to solve it, rather than getting rid of the person who raised the problem. In the past, we were just bounty hunters. While powerless, we also lacked the value to be used and coveted. But it's different now. Risk and rewards coexist. Stateside and the conglomerate might have their eyes on me, but at the same time, I also have the qualifications to negotiate with them. I've already initiated negotiations directly with Stateside through Readthrough. As for the problems with you, whether it's Stellar Wind or Red Onion, I will give you a clear answer. Until you no longer need to be afraid. Groza opened her mouth, seemingly surprised that I pointed out her worries. I really wanted to tell her that she actually wasn't hiding it well at all, but right now I just read her face, gave her the gentlest smile I could, and then delivered my resolve to her. I am doing these things because you are my irreplaceable adjutant. I believe that if the positions were reversed and I were the one in trouble, you will also do your utmost to help me. Just like how you endured the torment from that Groza, but you still returned to my side. Just like how after I was taken away by her, you were still the first to arrive to rescue me. I never worry about whether you'll lose control. Because to me, even if you really do lose control, it won't affect anything. It's just one more problem I need to solve.
今のように。
Just like now. I looked earnestly at Groza.
君が自分の言うように欲張りだった。
If you were truly greedy, you wouldn't ask me to promise to kill you
殺してくれなんて言
if
わ
you
な
turned
か
into
っ
a
た。
monster. Groza paused. She bit her lip and stared at me in disbelief, as if shocked that I had punctured her true inner thoughts. Or perhaps this was her first time realizing these hidden feelings. A feeling that she had truly longed for. The desire to still be saved by me rather than killed, even if she turned into a monster. No matter what, she wanted to survive, to stay by my side. After a long, confused and dazed silence, she lowered her eyes and let out a low sound.
それを言うだけでも大きな勇気を使ったわ。
Saying those words actually used up all the courage I had saved up for a long time.
ずっと心配してたことに加え、
I've always worried
最近
about
起
this
きた出
actually
来事で
happening,
不安
and
が
the
強ま
things
って
that
き
have
たわ。
happened recently made me even more uneasy.
あなたのことだから、
I know you too
い
well.
ざとなってもきっ
Now
と
that if
私
something
を
like this
殺
were to
せないと
happen,
分かってる。
you definitely wouldn't be able to do it.
だから自
So
分で
that's why I
君が私を知っているように、
just so you
私も
understand
君
me,
のことをよ
I
く
also
知って
understand
い
you
る。
very well.
私の安全のためなら、
I know that for my safety, you are willing to
自分の
sacrifice
命を
everything,
も投げ出す。
even your own life.
君の欲は修行僧以下だ。
What you call greed looks to me even more ascetic than an ascetic monk.
そんな結末、
This isn't what I want,
私
Groza.
は望まない。私の安全
I
の
don't
ため
want
に
to, and I absolutely could never
君が傷つけられ
hurt you
て
for my
たまるか。
own safety.
君が苦しんでいるところを
If you're trapped in
ただ見
voluntary
ているな
pain,
んてできない。
how could I sit back and watch?
でも
But
もう全部起きてし
now
ま
such
った
thing
わ。
really has happened.
もう憶測でも何でもな
Commander,
い。
this isn't some frivolous guess or fantasy.
私は本当に
I really did lose control and turn into a monster.
あなたを
And I
傷つけ
really
てしまう
almost
ところ
hurt
だ
you.
った。
いや、
You don't. Or maybe he meant you didn't. I interrupted her earnestly.
君が彼女が
If she
そう
really
そう
wanted to hurt me, I would have died without a burial place the moment I was taken away.
君たちが私を
The
見つけら
reason
れ
you
た
were
のは
finally able to find me,
頑張った他に
besides your own efforts,
もう一つ
is
大
due
事
to
な
another
理由がある。
important reason, which is because from the beginning to the
君は
end,
私を傷つけ
you
る
never thought of hurting me,
一度も
Groza.
思ったことがないからだ。
Groza paused slightly, lowered her head, and stroked her chest with her hand, as if she understood for the first time that even if she truly turned to a monster, they still had a reason to be saved.
そうね。もし
Yeah.
彼女にその気があった
If
ら、
if she really wanted to hurt you
私があなたを見つける
before I
前に
found you, no, even earlier, before I came back,
最初に私が戻ってくる前に、チャンスはいくらでもあった。
she could have already done that.
でも最後まで
Even
彼女はそうしなかった。
even at the very end, she
何もせず、
did nothing.
こうやって私た
Just
ち
like
を
that.
返した。よ
And let's return.
かった。
It's great. Rosa looks like she's about to cry.
あの姿になっても
I didn't.
指揮官
when I became
を
like
傷
that.
つけなかった。
I didn't hurt you. I stroked Grosa's hair, feeling her body trembling slightly. That trembling was so restrained, just like her constant plea. Yes, even after turning into a monster, Groza still hasn't hurt me. Then how could I ever hurt her? Even though she asked me again and again to kill her, killing the monster before me would not truly solve the problem. If today I killed the Groza manipulated by the financial conglomerate to keep my promise, then one day in the future I might have to kill the Groza manipulated by State Sect for another reason. The right path absolutely does not lie in such destruction and slaughter. What I want to promise Groza is a path that truly leads to salvation.
君は私に
You once asked me to kill you after you lost control, after you turned to a monster. You want me to make you a promise. I'll give you a promise now, Groza, but a completely different one. I look at Groza, sit up straight, and try my best to sound solemn. I won't give up on her, because I won't give up on you. I told you countless times, no matter what happens, I will never give up on you. Right now, I will prove to you that I will keep my promise. I'll bring her back. I'll bring you back. This is the promise I want to make to you. Silently, Groza's tears fall. And I firmly grasped her hand. Come with me, and I'll take you home, Groza.
指揮官、ありがとう。
Groza wiped her tears, sniffled, and then put on that familiar smiling face of hers.
グローザ、作戦配置につくわ。
Almost there. Finally, Commander managed to connect the dots. Okay. .2074, edge of the red zone. A Paradise transit station. Red warning lights flash intermittently in the fog, shining on the dust-covered carriages of the convoy. Several transport trucks bearing the conglomerate's logo return from deep within the red zone, slowly pulling into the temporary transit area. The treads crush the radiation-scorched ground, emitting ear-piercing, grinding sounds. Needles stepped down neatly from the trucks, their faces expressionless. They threw open the cargo holds, and a freezing white fog billowed out. Standardized incubation tanks were firmly secured to metal racks one by one, the pale green culture fluid shimmering with a vicious luster under the lights. Inside the tank, an almost identical young girl slept peacefully. Her face was pale and serene, as if she were merely taking a temporary dreamless slumber in this land of the dead. The moment she saw them, Connie let out a sigh of despair. Stop sighing over there. Are the numbers correct? The quality is correct. It matches the manifest. As long as it's correct. Hurry up and move it out. Don't rush. Let me double check. Connie walked past each cultivation tank, counting the numbers on them. H12, H21, H27, H29, H3. Oh! When he walked to the incubation tank marked H35, he bumped into something as solid as a load-bearing pillar. Looking up, he found the doll blocking his way, staring blankly in a daze. Hey, Lintin, what's up with this thing? Stop getting in the way and go move the other tanks. ELID didn't know why she stopped. Behind the glass, the girl's profile was carved into a soft silhouette by the cold light, her eyelashes casting faint shadows on her closed eyelids. That face was identical to the other girls in the adjacent tanks, yet it somehow caused her neural data to flicker momentarily. Watching the ELID leave with rigid, mechanical steps, Lantine suspiciously approached the tank and observed it carefully. Is there anything unusual? I can't see anything. Then why is she acting crazy? These dolls are unreliable. Get it? Just treat it like an old TV. As long as it still works, it's fine. You just don't want us to have to deal with those weird-looking freaks, do you? Lantine gave a cold snort. Move out! The Mishap convoy stopped on the outskirts of the Starfish stronghold. Lantine got off the vehicle first, and easily spotted those in charge of welcoming them, the weirdly shaped freaks Connie mentioned, Neaters. Not far away, some building wreckage had been roughly leveled and covered with soil, really forming a safe area. As the wind blew, the loosely controlled topsoil was lifted, revealing the faintly visible white and grayish black fragments underneath. She frowned and kicked away a rock, underneath which were bones weathered almost into powder. Did you conduct experiments in a place like this? Disgusting. Complain less and just do our job. I also want to stand over the duty quickly and evacuate. As soon as possible. I want to stay here in a place like this or even a second longer. A few minutes later, the last cultivation tank was transported into the outpost in front of us. The receiving team didn't even glance at Lantine as they poured into the building and immediately shut the door. And then... Are we done here? It's a new order. You pull out and head to the next stop. You really hit the nail on the head. ELID remained silent, but before leaving, as if out of some instinct, she looked back at that building. In the end, she said nothing, and instead silently followed the team. The engines of several transport vehicles roared to life once again, leaving the buildings of these ruins, and those slumbering girls far behind. After the Mishap convoy kicked up dust and departed, the land above these bones returned once more to a deathly silence. Inside and outside the building, the Needles and Neaters silently carried out their work without saying a word. The woman in the hazmat suit walked expressionlessly among them, followed by Starfish, who was curious about everything. The preparations are almost done. Looking at the tanks being orderly transported into the laboratory, the woman's voice remained calm, but Starfish heard the almost imperceptible upward inflection at the end of her mother's sentence. Am I going to grow up? Maybe soon. Looking forward to it. When I grow up, can I leave this place? This place makes me feel very uncomfortable. It seems like there are skeletons everywhere. Although they don't look scary, the smell is awful. Are they my sisters? They're all former believers. The woman stopped and approached the observation window of the incubation tank and lightly tapped the glass with her fingertips. Elena, sleeping in the culture fluid, swayed slightly, as if unconsciously responding to her tapping. To pave the path we are walking today, they sacrificed their bodies and wills. Among them is the one I mentioned to you, the former master of this land. You aren't qualified to be called your sisters yet, but there is indeed one individual with immense potential among them. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to preserve her existence. Really? That's a pity. If she were here, maybe I wouldn't be so bored. She's the immune individual who brought disaster to this land. Although up until now, we have initiated multiple studies on different samples of immune individuals, but... Looking at the young girl's face inside the tank, the woman's lips parted slightly, as if remembering something. The wisdom granted to us by the forbidden fruits still only scratches the surface. She shook her head. Dwelling on the past is a hallmark of a loser. We should focus on the present, Starfish. You must devour our flesh and blood to become the true child of tomorrow. Even mother? If it's necessary. Okay. I know. There's still a lot of preparations that must be done. The allied doors in the corridor closed once again, leaving only the low hum of machinery and flowing liquids. In the dead silence by steel and concrete, the needles continued their orderly operations. No one noticed that young girl's heartbeat was pounding. This is the land where I was born. I was born here, studied, grew, became self-reliant, and became an independent person. Unlike many who suffered misfortune and hardship, my family stood firm here, saving me from having to worry and struggle for food and clothing. Faint electrical currents spread through the darkness. Deep within the ruins, leveled again and again by collapsed storms. In a buried yellow, a faint glimmer of light suddenly lit up like a star in the darkness. Between the rubble and its skeletal remains, something was awakening. It was breathing. He is thinking. It's me. I am breathing. I am thinking. I am listening. Listening to those memories and voices echoing in my mind. No. Not my mind. I no longer possess an existence that can be called a mind. This is not a poetic, deconstructive, metaphorical, hyperbolic, metonymic, philosophical, or metaphysical description. Instead, a simple fact. The correct term is neural cloud. The first to respond were my mechanical limbs. The joint locks disengaged, letting out a faint click. Immediately following the roar, audible only to me, of my neural cloud reconnecting to the power source. Data rushed into my consciousness like a torrent. The rolling, boiling water thoroughly boiled my soul as well. Nice to meet you, miss. From today onwards, you may call me teacher. Etiquette can help you become an adult. Knowledge can help you understand reason. While only thought can make you independent. Your father's actions are worthy of respect, but this cannot solve the fundamental problem. You have to do better than him, better than me. You have talent. Knowledge is a curse. Talent is a curse. It's not your fault, child. You just bore too heavy of a burden. And I can help you find release. You have a gift, but this gift doesn't belong to you. Rest in peace. You will become the child of tomorrow. Or perhaps his flesh and blood. Regardless, I will remember your sacrifice. Pain, anger, the desire for revenge. All those emotions that had once torn me apart erupted in this instant, almost shredding my newly recovered neural cloud to pieces once again. And just in this instant, a clear, hoarse, yet incredibly familiar voice neutralized these restless noises. It's me. It's myself. I couldn't catch the source of the voice, but I was certain I hadn't spoken. I opened my eyes, and my visual system instantly expanded. Only then did I notice that I was holding something in my hand. A prism. The edges of the prism bore marks of high temperature erosion, yet the center remained smooth and transparent, reflecting my face. From the prism, a pool of clear water gently flowed along my limbs and slowly seeped into my neural cloud. This is Nemesis, by the way. So that's how it is. Her eyes, previously unfocused from pain, gradually regained their light. She slowly sat up, rubble and dust sliding off her combat suit. As her gaze swept over the scattered skeletons and scrap all around, there was still a dull ache deep in her chest. But that pain was no longer her shackle. She pressed her forehead, those fragments surfacing in her mind. Here it comes again. Will this time be correct as well? She mumbled softly to herself, as if unaccustomed to the word emerging from her lips. She needed to speed up. Trying hard to regulate her breathing, she straightened up, stepped over to a piece of white bone by her feet, and resolutely walked step by step towards the top of the ruins. She stepped out of the cracked ground. The glaring, grayish-white light from the distant horizon spilled onto her, illuminating her brightly. She took one last look back at the buried ruins. She was born here, and she also died here. I'm back, Commander. He said softly. I'm back, teacher. Oh, I forgot. I need to use the bathroom. How do you forget to use the bathroom? I don't know why, but yeah, be right back. Okay, I think someone's asked me a question before I left. Let me see. Okay, no. Will this show up in the chapter and just stop the fighting, just have all the answers? Maybe. I don't think it'd be that simple because it's a part 2. But we do kind of need to resolve OTS 14, or at least put her in like temporary hold. I don't think they're going to stretch us out to part 2. I think they're going to finish OTS 14 for the most part, and then we'll either have her in the backseat for a while, or she'll have to join the Elmo. One of those two. At the end of part 1. There's 2 parts. Part 1 is really fucking long, though. I think this is the longest it's been in terms of just a part. So I imagine part 2 would also be like 12 hours long. We'll have to see. Okay. The afternoon sunlight was cut into dull shadows by the city's silhouette, casting upon the almost dust-covered broadside. I leaned back in my chair thoughtfully, calmly gazing at the abandoned buildings to relieve the soreness in my eyes. Even a city like this will end up like this. These past few years, the effects of the radiation have been worsening every day. In the past, we could still see forests in the yellow zone, and there weren't as few scattered villages as there are now. Now, even if they try to band together, they might not necessarily find a way out. Yeah. In my mind, some memories from the past at Griffin quietly awakened. It seems this is not just my prejudice. People's lives now are indeed even more difficult than back then. In the command courses we learned back then, jungle warfare was still a required subject. Now, there probably aren't many who would have the luxury of fighting in a green belt. The authorities are also actively transplanting those older trees, moving them to less contaminated areas while they are still alive. About 6 or 7 years ago, we used to get commissions like this quite often. Groza joined a conversation with a very normal attitude. Because of the series of events caused by that Groza, plus Groza falling into a phase of confusion and self-abandonment in the middle, we accumulated a lot of work. Since that incident, Kukai has insisted on being by my side as a guard at all times. She also joined the cramming work. In other words, Kukai tried to slip in DMs. Be the rebound queen. Frankly speaking, the atmosphere recovered better than I imagined. But those heavy problems wouldn't disappear just because we escaped into a vast ocean of work. All of us, even including Krolik, tactfully avoided mentioning the topic of Nemesis. Although I also had Sakura try to search the battlefield from that time, hoping to retrieve Nemesis' core, the logic in my heart told me it was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Once again, we might have truly lost a companion. I pinched the bridge of my nose. That is quite the habit he has, just pinching the bridge of his nose. Crumpling up the document that had been scrapped due to errors for the umpteenth time. This won't do. Everyone, especially Groza and Krolik, their feelings must be even worse and more chaotic than mine. If I also show obvious signs of wavering, it will only make things increasingly difficult to resolve. Even though I brazenly declared that to Groza that I would bring her back to the Elmo, I know very well that this matter is no longer something we can do simply because we want to. No matter how I think about it, there's no bypassing Nemesis' existence. This isn't something that can just be brushed aside lightly. Maybe Nemesis' core is in the hands of the conglomerates, just like how they took Groza's frame. Maybe that Groza could make amends in some other way, relying on time to heal the wretched scars. Ultimately, is what that Groza thinking? I already understand her thoughts. Her rampage and lost control, aside from the conglomerate's influence, is partially due to me, and due to current Groza. For the self who fought to the very last moment to become completely replaced by another person, that truly is unfair to her. It's not as if similar things have never happened in Griffin before, but a single doll's neural cloud was originally capable of flawless integration, so such paradoxes and problems wouldn't exist. But her existence, I also bear an undeniable responsibility for it. What a headache. Even if I don't have a good plan for now, I still have to put up a good front. This is one of the biggest lessons I've learned over the years. I'm a little tired. Springfield mentioned she found some canned food in the city. I'm going to go sit in rest area for a bit. I happen to be craving for some coffee. I do my best to put on my best smile. Kukai glanced at Groza, and Groza glanced at me, seemingly a bit hesitant. You and Kukai go first. I'll head over after I finish what's on hand. Let's go together. Otherwise, when I get back, it'll be troublesome to catch up to your progress. But... Just then, the alarm in the command room suddenly blared. Kukai suddenly jumped from her seat. Before I could even see where she pulled her gun from, she had already leaped to my side. Groza, who looked hesitant just a moment ago, but her reaction now was not in fear to Kukai's in the slightest, immediately drawing her weapon. So you still remember I'm here? Why didn't you invite me for coffee? Don't be so tense. This is just a target approaching at high speed. But it can't really be a call to raid. After all, even after you sent a communication request. Who? The call sign is Juno. Since you probably won't know who that is, a reminder, you just ran away from someone's wedding. Groza looked at me. I knew what she was thinking. But I didn't show an obvious emotion, nor did I let my expectations overwhelm my reason. Answer it. I haven't forgotten the scene when I parted ways with her. I reprimanded her severely, hoping she would calm down and seriously consider her actions. For us at that time, this was a more reasonable choice for both of us. But after I made up my mind to bring her back, I started to consider if I had a better way. Now she appeared before us once again. What should I do this time? I won't miss again. Perhaps sensing my mood, Deadline didn't continue her rather untimely joke. With a familiar beep, the communication connected. I didn't expect you to create communication, Commander. Have you thought about this clearly, Groza? Juno in the communication screen didn't look very shaken, but she remained silent for quite a while, even delaying until the other dolls, who heard the alarm, rushed to the command room. Discovering her on the communication screen, Bullock was about to explode immediately, but was stopped by Groza. I couldn't imagine what immense willpower Groza was using to overcome herself at this moment. And facing us, she stated her purpose in a cold tone. Those weren't the words I wanted to hear. The Elmo is holding conglomerate property. I'm here to reclaim it. I don't want to hurt you. I hope you can just hand them over straightforwardly.
財産
Property?
彼女たち
Them?
ヘレナとメラニーの
You mean Helena and Melanie?
こ
Yeah, that sounds about right. Crowley couldn't hold back any longer, and even Groza didn't stop her this time.
そこでじっとしてな。頭叩き切って
Don't run into you. If you have the guts, I'm gonna chop your head off! Groza closed her eyes, seemingly letting out a silent sneer. From the corner of my eye, I caught sight of her expression turning much sterner, harsher than anything I have ever seen from her before.
これがあなたの選択。
So this is your choice?
つい数日前は
Just a
私
few
の前に
days
現
ago, you
れ
were
て
right in front of
グロ
me,
ーザの名と立
strangely
場を乗っ
declaring
取
your
っておきな
ownership
がら
over the name and identity of Groza.
今はまた
And now,
財団の
you
第
become a
三世
third
代人気
generation doll of the conglomerate? Juno's expression looked as if she had been stung by something, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she became even more aloof.
30分だけあげる。
I'll give you 30 minutes to consider. The call ends.
あいつはどこ
Where is she? Commander, ready to deploy at any time!
落ち着いて。
Calm down, Krolik.
指揮官の考える
Don't
邪魔
interfere
を
the
しない
commander's thinking.
大丈夫
It's
邪魔
fine.
はされてない
Nothing to think about anyway.
私たちのやることは
What we need to do hasn't changed at all.
財団は変わ
The
らず
conglomerate still
ヘレナを
hasn't given up
鍵と
on
して
their plan to
使う
use Helena as a key.
なら私たちはそれを止めるまで
And no matter what the reason, I won't let them succeed.
ダンデライオングローザ
Where's
はどこ
Groza? It's still unclear why she's suddenly changed her stance again. But I've already decided to bring Groza back to the Elmo. I had to bring her back before she strays too far.
街の空き地に堂々と立ってるわ。
She was still swaggering about in a clearing in the urban area,
見つかりに来てる
as if she was afraid you guys wouldn't find her.
おかしいです
Seems a bit bizarre,
自信過剰なのだろ
and perhaps too confident.
う以前戦った時に
I noticed it
気づ
during
い
our
た
last encounter. Mother's
お母さんの
skills
技術は
must have improved again.
着実に改良されている彼女にその気があるかはわからない
Although I don't think she cares that
戦
much,
闘力だけで言えば
her combat power is on par with Eagles.
前回は本気じゃなかっ
She
た
definitely didn't go all out the last time we fought. Okay, we got confirmation. Third gen Juno is as powerful as Igla, which makes her the strongest, one of the strongest dolls in existence right now.
それがどうしたっていうのこっちにはこれ
So
だけ
what?
人数がいるのよ
With so many of us here, are we going to be afraid of her?
指揮官
総員戦
All
闘
units
準備
prepare for combat.
404
Squad
グローザ
44, Squad
それから
Groza,
ズッケロで行
and
く
Squad Sugar Cube. Everyone, ready to deploy.
残りは予備戦力に回
The
す
remaining personnel will stay to provide support.
目標を最高脅威に定める
To the target as the highest
無
threat
理は
level.
するな
Do not fight her head on.
でも
But
私たちが出た
if
ら
we all move
指揮
out,
官は
you, Commander,
セクスタンスの言った通りだ
you heard what Sexton said, Groza.
彼女の強さは
Our current
リ
prowess
ビウのあの人
can
形
rival
に匹
that
敵す
monster
る
doll in Lviv.
このメンバーでも勝てないのだ
If you are defeated on the front lines, then it won't make any difference whether I have guards by my side or not. I let out a long breath. We saw her literally kick Krolik in half. That doesn't mean anything. It literally doesn't. That doesn't mean a goddamn thing in terms of strength.
ダンデライオン人形コミュニティ
Dandelion,
残しに
send a message to the doll community in Makosh.
それから反逆商
And defy.
できるだけ
Tell them
早
to
く
return
戻
as
ってくる
fast as
よう
they
に伝
can.
えてくれ
If possible, I'd like you to join the battle as well to support Helen and prevent the enemy from secretly launching atomic warfare attacks against us. Oh my god! I miss it so much! It's all back. This feeling being casually assigned a whole bunch of things to do. Got it. Leave it to me. What are you worried about? She may be a fool, but I'm no idiot. With utmost seriousness, I gaze at the people before me. I'm counting on you all. Everyone prepare for battle. I mean, hell, if they really wanted to, Lewis could probably kick Krolik in half. Because he's only a tier lower than Voimastina. So yeah. I mean, it already has during Corporasan, but yeah. Just the first wave of their clash made everyone on the Emmons realize one fact. She is indeed very strong. And like last time, and this time, she was indeed holding back. Why does Lewis have super strength? An abnormality, a quote-unquote defect on how she was built. Her muscle density is way more than it should be. Juno's figure wove through the rain of bullets, her movement so precise that they even seemed somewhat deliberate. She sliced open the handguard of the firearm and kicked the weapon away, but didn't harm Becca herself, who was holding the gun. She shattered the ground with terrifying power, instantly scattering the Circular Squad's formation. Yet she pulled her punches just enough so that Springfield and the others who were hit merely lost their balance instead of being scrapped on the spot. Krolik was sent flying by one of her palm strikes, sliding several meters before her back slammed heavily into the wall. The already weathered ruins immediately collapsed, burying Krolik underneath, but she immediately and furiously used her body to push up the rubble and stood up. What are you pretending to do? What do you take combat for? What do you take us for? Trying to hypocritically play the good guy now? Give me a break. Juno stood calmly in place, silently wiping away the dust splattered on the corner of her lips with her thumb. These aren't worth my full effort, maggots. So she said that she did not pursue the fallen Circular Squad. Instead, let him dive into cover. This fierce look of yours makes me sick. Don't let her underestimate us, Groza. Keep pressing forward. The lights in the corridor switched to emergency mode. One cold white emergency light after another, replacing the original warm tones. Alarms echoed through the narrow passage, with a red guideline marking the shortest evacuation route. Yet, in a certain direction, a slender figure was walking against the flow of people. Doctor holds a parasol, walking gracefully as if wandering through some boring exposition hall. She walks down the corridor, stops before the corner, looks at the tightly shut electric door of the treatment room in front of her and lazily taps her earpiece.
着きましたわ。
I'm here.
了解。
Good.
すぐクラックを始
Wait
め
a
るから
moment,
ちょっ
I'll
と
crack it right away.
何をクラックするって
What did you say you're going to crack?
あらあら
Oh my.
ボルスの AI
There's an
が
AI left behind?
最近おとなしくしてるものだから
A target that to show his strength, and lately people always treat me like a Mr. Pizza.
あなたなら
I'll make an example out of you.
ちょうどいいわね言うじゃない
What a load of hot air. The sudden high temperature burned out of the earpiece, followed by the components inside exploding, burning obvious marks into Darcher's ear and sideburns.
ごめん遊ばせ
You leave me no choice. She scoffs coldly, pulls a parasol, and places her hand on the door in front of her. Then she vents all the resentment she built up for over this period of time in one breath. In the face of their Jindal's power, the study door instantly falls apart like some sort of paper model. The moment the door was breached, Helen pulled the trigger, and bullets flew towards her in a piercing sound cutting through the air.
乱暴ですこと
Don't be so impolite. Darcher lowered her parasol, and fine points of light flickered on its surface. The bullets were blocked by the umbrella's canopy, and their impact was drawn by the ribs of the umbrella, deflecting the bullets back. Helen quickly raised her shield, and the bullets that bounced back like rain were blocked once again, scattering all around the room. Facing the scattering and dying sparks, Darcher merely smiled and raised the handle of her parasol, gently pointing the tip forward. In the next instant, the parasol turned into a black arrow, flying towards Helen along with Darcher. Look! The parasol agilely flipped the shield away. Before Helen could reach further, her exposed body was kicked over by Darcher, who instantly closed the distance, and she slumped in the corner.
思った以上に護衛が手薄ですね
The guard left behind is more restrained than I thought.
それだけ自分の人形を信頼している
Is this being too trusting of one's own doll? Or perhaps? She glanced at the other combatant in the room.
あなたに全てを託したというわけです
She
か
pinned all the hopes on you?
私の大
My
事な
sister?
姉妹
Her voice carried intense malice. This lighting in the medical pod was adjusted to be very soft, which now shone the confronting Sextons and Darcher, forming an eerie contrast. Helena lies in bed. Her complexion is indeed much rosier than before, though her breathing is slightly hurried, and the heart rate monitor on her chest pulses steadily. Melanie looks even calmer than Sexton's. She stands between Helena and Darcher, eyeing the uninvited guests warily. The sight of Helen being struck down seemed to have a powerful impact on Helena. Sweat covered her face, and even her features became contorted in agony. Neither Sextons nor Darcher moved, they simply glared at each other coldly. That's what Melly originally thought. In an instant, Melly was so sure that she didn't even blink during the figures of Sexton and Darcher vanished instantly from where they stood. And almost simultaneously, a metal hospital bed diagonally across from her was sent flying in the air, split clean in half.
具合でも悪いのですか
What's the matter,
相
traitor?
変わらず生意
Feeling
気な
unwell?
顔ですわ
That hardly matches your arrogant demeanor.
せいぜい減らず口を
And raging all you want.
まだ血が
This is the
引ける
last
うちに
chance you get to do so. Melly heard a conversation, even though she couldn't see where either of them were. The only thing she could be sure of was that they must be in this space. Blinding sparks erupt against the steel walls of the medical bay, leaving behind several hideous, permanent scars. You're just a... Melanie feels the wind suddenly surge mere inches from her face, and a few drops of blood splatter onto her. She just doesn't even know whose blood it is. Filthy! The hanging last suspended from the ceiling crashed down, its crackling electrical sparks erupting like fireworks in the darkened room. Melanie stifled the urge to scream. She started to feel thankful that she hid all the nutrient fluid under Helena's bed. Following a loud bang, Melanie finally saw those two figures again, or more accurately, 1.5. The window facing the wall, which was left with marks resembling the claw scratches of some monster, shattered. In the split second before being thrown out, Melanie saw Sexton's already somewhat maimed body, and Darcher was equally in bad shape. I am so glad they're actually doing battle damage in their artwork. Her monocle, which she always been proud of, disappeared without a trace along with her dazzling golden eyeball. What was once a beautiful eye now left only a terrifying hollow. One of her arms hung limply, supported by her parasol. Her magnificent dress was now in tatters, her body covered in gashes from Sexton's bizarre longsword. Even Florence looked more decent than she did at this moment. The event of this instant felt as if a long time had passed, but in reality, the clash lasted barely a minute. And the result of two third-generation dolls brawling in this confined space was that right now, except for the area around the bed where Helena and Melanie were, everywhere else looked as if there had just been baptized by a storm. Melanie felt like she was becoming almost immune to the noises echoing in her ears. Sexton forcibly climbed back in through the gap in that window. She looked worse off than Darcher. At this moment, she only had one incomplete arm left, which made her climbing exceptionally difficult. Tissue fluid dyed her deep red. Having seen many battles between dolls, Melanie felt an unfamiliar discomfort at this somewhat bloody scene. How pitiful! Did you really think you could stop me? Darcher's body recovered much faster than Sexton's. Sexton seemed to be torqued. It was the first time Melanie saw her step so unsteady, but even so, she still walked up and stood before them, shielding them from the intruder in front of them. Look at your nauseated appearance. You're so degraded, like a stray dog by the roadside, wagging your tail and begging for scraps from the beggars who offered them to you. The thought that I was once placed on par with you makes me sick. Darcher's arm seemed to have regained some of its strength. She grasped the umbrella handle and casually lifted it, using that formerly lifeless arm to pop the umbrella open and hold it over her head. And your mother's precious little baby? What'd she give you? A new pacifier for Christmas? You can definitely use that to have a good arm wrestling match with ELID, right? Even though she's not thinking straight right now, she might still remember to hold back a bit so she doesn't snap you in two. Before the last syllable of Sexton's sentence even fell, her body was sent flying backwards. Fortunately, she didn't smash through a porthole this time. Instead, she landed into a wall, leaving a huge dent before crashing into the cabinet full of Colfine's tools. She fell heavily to the ground, buried beneath the clattering pile of clutter. It was like the final straw, or perhaps because this place had been damaged too severely, causing those sedatives to no longer be delivered into her body. Whatever the reason, Melanie clearly heard Helena behind her let out an anguished mumble. Oh my, this makes for quite a nice closing bell. Darcher obviously noticed this too, a hint of breeziness creeping into her tone. Don't come any closer! Oh my, what a strict young lady! She stopped walking, but then stepped back. Don't worry, when we get back to the conglomerate, you have plenty of opportunities to crave getting intimate with me. Conglomerate? Lena opened her eyes. She seemed to not yet understand what had happened, looking confusedly at the messy roll before her. Helen still lay in the corner of the room. She was caught up in the battle between the two just now, and had many more scars on her body than when she first fell. Those eyes that were always overflowing with gentleness were now just a pair of lifeless models. Sexton's body twitched occasionally, though no one could tell if it was just a neural reflex or a sign of her stubbornness. Regardless, she was no longer capable of moving. Melanie continued to stubbornly block Darcher's path. Although the physical difference between them didn't seem vast, Helena could clearly see the extent to which that slender back trembled with fear. And that bad guy didn't even have the slightest interest in looking at her. The desire-filled eyes were staring straight at herself. I may think... Stop struggling. Never mind. Please not if your limbs won't affect the experiment. I hope you won't complain too much. She was practically squeezed the syllable out of her throat. The numbers on the heart rate monitor started spiking rapidly. So something deeper began to awaken within her. This tells my body. What'd you do? It was as if her strength had drained away in an instant. Darcher tightly gripped her parasol, which had almost fallen from her hand, and glared fiercely at Helena. Then his fingertips grabbed the guardrail of the bed. She struggled to raise her hand. Just this simple action exhausted all of her strength. Don't do this anymore. Damn it! I'll make you! Get lost! Realizing something, Darcher drew Melanie aside and reached out to grab Helena on the hospital bed. And at this moment, Sexton, who had been lying motionless on the ground, had stood back up at some point, stepping in front of Darcher and grabbing her wrist. Melanie let out an exclamation. Disregarding herself, she proudly threw herself at Helena and threw an arm around her shoulder. The monitor emitted a sharp warning sound. Your body can't handle that kind of output! I'm sorry, Before she finished speaking, Melanie pressed the weak girl back onto the pillow. She got the Sexton who had stopped Darcher for them, and nodded firmly. The strength, your cells. If that O43's power could do something like this. Shut up. Right now, immediately. Get the hell out! In just a few seconds of their standoff, Darcher watched as the injuries she had inflicted on Sextons before her almost completely healed. The mysterious power seemed to know who it should act upon. Also bathed in this bizarre white noise, her power conversely seem to be suppressed. It's her. It's them. Darcher is absolutely certain that they are suppressing her power just to protect that traitor. Ferociously, Darcher gaze started towards Sexton's like the blade of her parasol. Your luck will always be this good, traitor. I swear, you will absolutely... Before her words could completely escape her vocal cords to embrace this unfamiliar world, her body had already experienced the beauty of the laws of physics first. Wasn't even sure what had just happened, but what she was certain of was that she was no longer in a medical bay, nor was she even on that vehicle anymore. She got thrown out of the fucking Elmo. Like a fucking cannonball. Team Rocket blasts off again! Her body smashed into the yellow sand-covered ground. Even outside O43's area of influence, her injuries were healing slower and slower. Obviously, the damage Juno caused earlier had not fully healed. Why? Why? Damn it! Why is everyone against me? The medical area is still a mess. Sexton stared intently at the two holes in the porthole, one made by her, and the other also made by her. Only after confirming that Darcher had truly lost her strength to return did she finally relax. You know that coming here won't be of any help besides causing trouble, right? I set out from cover, holding in my hands the most powerful weapon I could find of the Elmo. Alright, I think calm enough. The exhausted Melanie collapsed onto the floor. I hurried forward, dragged her over a broken hospital bed, and tore off the mattress stuck to it so she could lie down more comfortably. I'm fine. I just got scared. Looked at Helena, reaching out to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Melanie, okay. Protect me! Amazing! Why do I have to be the little sister? You're all very impressive. Although that might be a bit much for someone who just woke up. But in a moment, I may still need your help. This is not only for me, but also for Groza. Can you still move? Helena's strong! Invincible! Helena didn't resist. Instead, mimicking Void Mastina, she deliberately showed off her non-existent muscles. The nutrient fluid she consumed is enough to feed an elephant. It's not so energetic right now. I'm fine too. Thank you. What a happy family. I don't get what you're thinking. Sexton searched around a bit before finding her hat in a puddle of mixed medical solutions. She tried to dust it off, but the dirt was already somewhat difficult to remove. I should leave me as a guard. You're a third-person doll. If the conglomerate has the other third-person dolls invading besides Groza, you only have the power to contend with them. Only you have the power to contend with them. I didn't mean that. Aren't you afraid I'll defect back? You and those two. This merit outweighs anything I've ever done. I went over to Helen and brushed off the debris. Yeah. I'm not afraid. Distance froze for a moment, then let out a sneer with an emotion I couldn't quite read.
でしょうね。
You really are fearless. You sent out everyone around you, and the two guards you kept. One's a traitor. Even these two guards were ordered to protect the others. You're actually a doll, and you don't have a fear emotion module installed, do you? Who knows? Do you need me to go to assist the front lines? I shook my head. We can't be sure she won't come back. I picked up my terminal. Not being in the command room, I couldn't sync up with the other battles against that Groza in real time. Besides, I trust they can handle it. Then you put in you're putting a little too little faith in Juno. Her strength isn't just talk. No. I shook my head. The one I trust the most is her. I believe in Groza.
次の目標を教えてください。
Oh, what was that there? Another section of the wall completely shattered under Juno's offensive. And the small building connected to the wall, like toy blocks with their support removed, completely collapsed towards the ground, crushing both Juno and Squad 404, who were responsible for the encirclement. This bitch. Amidst the sky full of dust, Lukai, with half her frame covered in dirt, struggled to crawl out of the broken bricks. She pulled Magdi and rolled to the other side. They continuously sent out signals into the distance. Prepare the grenades! As soon as the words fell, several shooting stars streaked across the sky, converging on this dust-filled ruin. The successive barrage of sparks kicked up rolling waves of heat on the ground, and the massive shockwave shattered several surrounding ruined walls. When the sound of the chain collapse finally went quiet, bricks and rubble had buried everything in sight. Is she suppressed? Lukai didn't answer. She merely raised her gun and stared intently at the ruins, tuning the frequency of all her perception modules to max until she caught the faintest noise among the rubble. Clatter. Some piece of masonry was being shaken off. More bricks and stones shuddered like flowing water and rustling leaves, and a ferocious shadow stood up gracefully from among the rubble. Is that all? Juno brushed her dust off her shoulders and gently netted her wrist. She still maintained a terrifyingly intact frame, and all four of her menacing arms appeared undamaged. Somehow her expression seemed slightly disappointed. I thought the Yama would have more powerful secret weapons after increasing its personnel. 4-4 is not qualified to be my enemies. It's enough, Groza. Just long you can keep messing around. Remaining waste here adds obstacles to your return to Yelmo. Return? Where can I possibly return to? There's no going back. Yelmo has no place for me for it all. There's no longer a world that belongs to me. Commander won't look at me the same way as before. Commander rejected you as long as you. Are you pitying me in this way? Stick to push the commander while I was away.
近づいて
We're all the same. Of one Kukai's gaze, Juno took a step forward. She raised her head and closely surveyed the jagged, dilapidated high rises around her, as if searching for the shadows hidden within them.
Groza, スプリングフィールド
I know you're here.
この程度の攻撃
This little attack is a waste of time.
全員で
Let everyone attack together.
伏せて
Get down! A massive burst of fire suddenly erupts in front of Squad 404. Amidst the flames, a broken beam falls from the sky, scattering Squad 404.
ゼッケロキャロリック
Support Squad 404 together!
シス
座標同期完了。隊長、送った座標に榴弾を。クルカ、ミシティ、指定座標を撃って。ミシティ、座標の建物に入って。
Nice. Who are you? Could it be? No. Impossible. You're already... Nemesis? Exactly. Is that really you? I know you accept, Krolik. I'll confirm it for you one more time. Don't ask again. How can you speak human now? So, weren't you about this bastard? Yeah, it hurt quite a bit. But I can't die yet. Let the suffering end with me. Captain, Kukai, coordinate with me. I understand. Everyone act according to Nemesis instructions. Here's the plan. Turn 0. Thanks, Pumastina. Our Nemesis direction, the entire battlefield transformed into a precisely operating mechanism. The doll's dazzling movements were merely a prearranged sequence of triggers. Ruins destined to be detonated, ground destined to be collapsed. Segment after segment of broken walls and debris collapsed towards Juno. No one knew how Nemesis did it, but under her miraculous guidance, as long as the dolls lured Juno to the designated positions, the battle seemed destined to advance into a favorable direction. It wasn't interference, merely seeing it and then given a gentle push. There was always temporary cover at the exact positions where friendly units struck by Juno landed. A seemingly random bullet intercepted and halted Juno's movement in advance. The crumbling wall is bound to collapse onto Juno after the number of attacks she requested. Even a third-gen doll cannot continuously endure the dual damage of gunfire and the environment. Juno slowed down. Once again accompanied by roaring artillery fire, half an abandoned small building enveloped Juno. The ground beneath her feet shattered as she exerted force, causing the third-generation doll to stumble. The ruined walls and rubble toppled over Juno's head like a landslide. For the first time since the battle began, the two pairs of flailing arms failed to protect the doll controlling them. Juno was crushed by the layers of walls, crashing heavily into the ground. Before the doll could climb out of the rubble, Krolik had already kicked off the wall and leaped high into the air, raising her longsword with all her might and bringing it down fiercely upon the doll. The red blade flashed like lightning, and half a crimson arm rolled into the ground with a crack. As bright red scattered, Juno let out a low, miserable cry. Her severed arm bounced into the wall, and the half limb behind her convulsed violently. Soon the remaining arm began thrashing uncontrollably as well, as if all of them were silently screaming in the agony of being severed. However, the owner of the arm seemed completely insensitive to pain. She was bent low on the ground, gasping violently, lifting her shoulders, clearing the bricks pressing on her, and began struggling to crawl out of the ruins. Crawling towards her. Get back! At some point, Nemesis had dropped to one knee, her eyes shut tight as if a prayer in meditation. But the dolls could almost see how her neural core was operating at such high speed, verging on its limit. You're Nemesis, right? Let's go near her! Cloak raises her blade and leaps over again, blocking Juno. She turns around and glares furiously at Nemesis. Hey, why'd you have this ability? What's the mean of this? Forget it, just stay back. Don't let her. Nemesis shakes her head, gently pulling on Krolik and slowly climbs up to stand while leaning against her. Krolik moved discontently, but facing those calm, deep purple eyes, she couldn't help but shut her mouth and simply helped her up from the ground. In a silence, Nemesis walked up to Juno. A ray of afternoon sunlight happened to fall. Under the golden sunlight, those mysterious black veils bound to Nemesis' frame seemed to shine with a kind of holy radiance. Nemesis lowered her head and reached out to gently stroke the top of the head of the doll, almost groveling in front of her. Long time no see, Captain. The spasming of her forearms strangely stopped. Large drops of water welled up from her eyes and smashed into the ground. All battle intent seemed to dissipate as this name was spoken. Juno throws herself towards and tightly embraces Nemesis. Nemesis silently stared at Juno. She gently stroked the top of Juno's head, lost in thought. Juno's body kept trembling. Her arms were tightly wrapped around Nemesis' legs. Juno's unceasing tears had nearly soaked her entire heme. For a moment, Nemesis turned her head and looked at Krolik and Groza beside her. Krolik frowned in displeasure, while Groza remained silent. Nemesis stopped for a moment, looked at Juno's face slightly, and looked straight at the face stained with bloody tears. Although the ghost shock tears opened the victim's chest, the killing intent executed by his talons and beak all stem from his master. I have no right to forgive your mistakes on behalf of others. However, I forgive you.
想定通りの結果ね。後の祝勝会が楽しみだわ。
Groza.
After waiting for sections for not too long, I received a transmission from Groza. The dolls who had been operating off board had successfully returned to the Elmo. Looking at the blonde figure hurrying towards me, I felt genuinely thankful. At least this time, the Elmo didn't lose anyone else. However, the two figures trailing close behind, surrounded by the crowd, still made me feel a bit dizzy. Groza and Nemesis? Groza, what the hell? Groza's face was covered in tears, and her expression was completely dazed. The hideous armor on her back had disappeared, and her body seemed to have lost all its strength, almost relying entirely on Fukai and Bucko by her sides for support. Hearing my voice, she really opened her mouth, letting out a voice as faint as a mosquito. Looking at Nemesis behind her, as well as Groza and Krolik's expression, I could roughly guess what had happened. I shook my head, signaling Fukai to take her away first, and then turned my gaze to Nemesis. Is that really you? I still couldn't quite believe it. But the familiar figure before me told me it wasn't an illusion. Nemesis is still alive. Even though she had changed her attire, she stood not far away, greeting me. Do not doubt it, Commander. This still cloud of memories have not been distorted by others. We merely walked from darkness into the light, even if it is only a residual, diffracted light. I bear an undeniable responsibility for the situation developing as it has. Fortunately, I have always believed that you could control the situation until my return. This isn't right. Does Nemesis speak like this? It's not fake again, is it? But is it really a disguise? Isn't it a bit too casual? The excitement of regaining what was lost was scattered by immense doubt at this moment. While I hesitated whether to draw my gun, Chloe squeezed over and vigorously patted Nemesis on the shoulder. I told you, if you speak like that directly, the commander would absolutely think you're fake! The deep dark abyss, traversing through bones and bushes, amidst the saltwater vortex, the source of rebirth. Just speak normally. Nemesis, what in the world is going on? It's a long story, Commander. If I were to explain from the beginning, it'd be a very, very long story. At least I don't think it's a suitable topic to stand here and talk about. If you're willing, we can wait until the dust truly settles, And I will slowly tell the answer.
今度は
Please
ど
rest
こにも
assured,
行かない。
I won't go anywhere this time. Mrs. raised the cone-shaped object in her hand towards me. Its familiar shape invoked distant memories in my mind. Ah, remember this. This is a tool used for divination. The prism? The first time I met you, you were holding it, gesturing wildly in the air. Because I thought it was a ritual. So it was actually useful?
キャロリックに影響されたかのような率直さだ。
Your outspokenness remains impressive. I often lament that after Chloe joined, she effectively dragged you down to her level. What's that after you start speaking normally, I understand you as well? Are you insulting me?
プリズム。私の過去より生
It
ま
comes from my past.
れ、時をつなぐも
And yet it connects this moment to that moment.
私の占い道具。
In the past, I used it for divination.
そして今回も
This time, it is
これに
also
導かれた。
guiding my future.
おかげでこの
Thanks to
正
it,
しい結果にたど
we were
り
able
着け
to arrive at this correct outcome.
は
What?
そのインチキ道具
Does this thing really
本
work?
当に使えるの
It's just a jinx prediction tool?
キャロリック
Prolix,
その手の思
leave
考
the thinking
は
to such
他者
civil
に
matters
任せた方
to
が
others. There are far greater
あなたに
feats
は
waiting for you,
静かにするという
such as staying
大役
quiet.
簡潔に言うと あ
Long
の素
story
体が
short,
破壊されるのは
The fact
否
that
定の結果だった
that frame would be destroyed was an outcome destined in the past.
私がバックアップを消したのも
And my unauthorized deletion of the backup was also to prune the superfluous branches of destiny.
だから隊長は
I sincerely
今こ
hope
こにいる隊
everyone
長を
won't
責
blame
め
the
ないでほ
captain,
しい
this captain, too much.
宿命論は好きじゃない。
I don't like to attribute all human actions to fate,
でも
but the most important thing is that you're okay. That's all that matters.
君にも私たちに
For
も
you, for us, for her, and for all of us.
どうしてもっと早
But
く
why
教
can't
え
you
て
tell
くれなかった
everyone in advance?
前もって知っていれば
If we had known
こんなこと
earlier,
にはならなか
many
った。
things wouldn't have come to this.
それに
And I glanced at Krulek, who looked indignant.
みんな心配していたんだぞ。
Everyone has been worried about
特
you,
にキャロリック。
especially Krulek. Mrs. looked at Krulek, and a fleeting moment, a hint of warmth appeared in her purple eyes.
その時はまだ正しい結
Because the
果
answer
が
was
分
not
からなか
apparent
った
back then, and it was equally chaotic for me.
今この時を
If destiny
巨大
at
な
this one
パ
is
ズ
a
ルとす
jigsaw
るなら
puzzle,
ば
then the first
最
piece
初
was
にあ
laid
なたと出
down
会っ
when I
た
met
時
you.
からピースを一枚ずつ
Every day
探
since
してき
then, I've been striving to decipher the full picture of the grand design.
た私にも私の行動
Many
に
times
どん
I
な
don't
意味
know
があるの
what
か
meaning by
理解
actions
できない
hold
時も
either,
多い
or whether they will reset
自
the
分
puzzle.
の過去についても
And regarding
あ
my
な
own
たと同じ
past,
ことしか知らなかった
I don't know half a bit more than you do.
過去失った記憶
You mean the
話
memory you lost?
失ったというよりは
It's not lost but
解読
unreadable.
不能
The broad frame
借
can
り
only
物の素
possess
材では
process a small
親が
portion,
かかったようなもの
like
し
a
か見えない
colorblind person able to see clearly the past shrouded by something.
だから手探りで
So I can never rely on fumbling around
Intellectual
to understand its outline.
そしてあらわになったその
And
瞬
when I
間
found you, I found
す
out
べきことが分かった
I took the only two necessary measures.
それは余
Delete
分
the
なバッ
redundant
クアップを
backups,
消して
and secondly,
正しい時間
have
と
the
場
final
所
frame
で
destroyed
最後
at the
の
right
素体を
time
破壊される
and
こ
right
と
place.
こうしてこの素体で
For me
目
to
覚め
awaken within this
記
frame,
憶を解
read
読
my
し
memories, and
本当の
also
私を
retrieve the
取り
true
戻
me.
すことができた
つまり
Do you mean this current frame's the original one?
あ
Yes.
あなたと
The answers you and everyone on the element want to know are hidden within this frame.
この素体に隠されているもう少し喋りたかっ
I
た
would very much like to continue confessing to you, but now, time's up.
時間
Time's up? What do you mean? Hold a loud bang in the treatment room. No, the entire element lurched violently. Alarms blurred all at once, and everything before my eyes was shaking. I tried to maintain my balance, but amidst the continuous impacts, it was to no avail. Sextons, who was closest to the portal, approached the two holes she had made. Through the two holes, she saw a black, incomplete shadow hobbling towards the Elmo. Behind her, a squad was loading ammunition. The artillery fire that was shaking the Elmo was being launched by them. Did it bring people back to focus despite being this heavily damaged? Now scrap her completely. Assassins leaped onto the windowsill, preparing to pass the two hollows. The Elmo's broadcast suddenly emitted a sharp static noise. Subsequently, the projection screen in the treatment room opened uncontrollably, and that shattered, terrifying black shadow appeared on the projection screen. Everyone, be free adults of the Elmo, and my sisters who chose betrayal. Darcher raised her parasol and tore open a smile, despite her current appearance making that smile far from beautiful, and instead brought about a comical yet terrifying effect. Thus far, your performance has been truly astonishing. Even the most prestigious opera director in the White Zone wouldn't hesitate to applaud your performance. However, as a spectator, I've always been strict, and I always expect the performance to be even more spectacular. So let me add the final touch to this performance. Facing the camera, Darcher suddenly pulled out a red, palm-sized object. The object was contained in a transparent glass jar, resembling a small apple or a bright red heart. Like a specimen, yet like a living creature, it was whispering and pulsating in Darcher's hands. An ominous premonition surged in my heart. Damn it, I feel like I've seen this something similar somewhere before. I must... Sextants, don't let her! It was already too late. Darcher closed her fingers, crushing the glass jar. The small heart suddenly started beating violently. A piercing shriek echoed through the sky along with the beating heart, not from the wilderness, but from the corridors of the Elmo. Listening to the increasingly loud and piercing sounds from within the Elmo, Darcher raised her damaged parasol, bent her knees slightly, and bowed to the screen. I heard of the new character's debut speech. Let this actor I carefully selected complete the final act of this play. I hope you enjoy the show. In the corridor, the scene was far more tragic than imagined. Groza was lying prone in the corridor, the same pulsating active crimson tissue that, as that red heart continuously multiplied and surged from her shoulders and back, like thick, fleshy vines, they tore at her body, and almost like a demon's giant hand manipulating a puppet, completely mastering her in this instant. She screamed, her throat, which still maintained its doll form, emitting a noise that no doll could possibly make. Her hands tightly hung her own body, as if trying to stop those tissues from tearing at her flesh and blood, but it all seems to be in vain. A pitch black blood-red liquid, whether blood or tears, spreads across the floor as if plunging her into a bottomless river of blood and hell.
Groza.
Just like before, I quickly raised my gun, but no matter what, I cannot bring myself to pull the trigger. No. Bullets are of no use anymore. And the face of such violent rampage and Boojum, bullets meant nothing. Groza is still screaming. The piercing sound fills the corridor, echoing throughout the Elmo. No matter what you do now! Take her out?
ジャム細胞に乗っ取られます。
She's about to be completely controlled by the Bujum cells. We can't wait any longer.
今から言う。
I'll give you a
内容
promise
は
now.
君のそれとは
Groza
全く違う。
was a completely different one.
私は
I won't give up on her
君のこ
because
と
I
を
won't give up on you.
諦めない。行動で証明
Right
して
now,
みせ
I
る。
will prove to you that I will keep my promise.
私は彼女を
I
連れ
will
戻
bring
す
her。back.
君のことも
I will bring
連
you
れ戻す。
back. Commander!
取り押さえろ。
Suppressor!
ブージャムの変異には法
Whose
則が
mutations are not without patterns. Back in the V, but Mastina already did it once. I calmed down and looked at the mutating and swelling monster in front of me without fear. That's not a monster. That's my adjutant.
ブージャム組織を断ち切れ。
Sir the Bujum tissue connection.
クローザを連れ戻す。
Bring Groza back. Countless bullets were fired upon all directions at the mutated Groza. Shoulders, back of the neck, almost every inch of the parts where flesh tissue connected with the body bloomed with blood under the barrage of bullets every second, only to recover as before in the next. The attacks were ineffective, yet the pain persisted. Groza continued to howl, using her last ounce of strength to lie prone, trying to resist the wildly growing arms on her back from dragging her off the ground. A barrage of grenades explodes on the frame continuously. Groza had lost control. Giant crimson hands swung wildly in the air, dragging her across the roof of the train. Watch out in the Vade! Pitch black is spreading. Tissue fluid splatters from the arms that are constantly destroyed and regenerating, or continuously flows from those already hollow eyes. I'm somewhat unwilling to look anymore, but I must keep looking. A somewhat immature, clear voice called out from far behind. I turned around and saw Colfing running over. Behind her were Nemesis carrying Helena and Groza carrying Melanie. Made just in time! Commander, we're here! Melanie. Melanie jumped down from Groza's arms and pointed forward. Leaning against Nemesis, Helena's face was still pale, but she nodded earnestly. Commander, Helena's power can do it! Kina wants to help that Groza. Alright. We can influence actions now. There's no reason it wouldn't work on her. Like that last resort. I'm counting on you. But if your bodies... Commander, don't worry, I'm here. Mr. Dinty placed Helena on the ground. She gathered Helena and Melanie into her arms, on her left and right, softly stroking their hair. Leaning in her embrace, Helena and Melanie looked in the direction of Groza and squeezed each other's hands tightly. Need to rush, I will assist you. In the air, it felt as though some invisible power was being exchanged. Nemesis closed their eyes. Helena and Melanie held hands, gritting their teeth. As time passed, Melanie frowned. Helena's breathing became rapid, and then his face gradually grew pale. In contrast, the movement of the mass of crimson tissue on Groza's back gradually began to slow down. Her howling was no longer as shrill, and I could almost feel her pain easing. Commander. Groza took a step forward. On Groza's face appeared a gentleness and ease I hadn't seen in a long time. Even facing the most dangerous enemies, even confronting her own nightmares, at this moment there was no trace of confusion or fear on her face. Thank you for not giving up
私を
on
見
me,
捨てずにいてくれて
even at this
あ
point.
りがとう。
I still didn't relax, and even started thinking about what to do if Melly and Helena also failed. But facing Groza, I didn't want to waver in the slightest.
約束したからな。
This is my promise to you.
面倒になるとは分かってたでしょ。
You know doing this would cause a lot of trouble, right?
成功しても
But I might
Carrickの
still be unable to let go of her grudge.
そして私たちと戦った
The
こと
battle's being
で
fought right now
私
are
は
still continuously
さら
adding
に
to her
罪を
sins.
重ねてしまった。その体にはブー
She
ジ
still
ョンと
carries the burden of
財
Bujin,
団の跡がついてる。
the influences of the financial conglomerate.
何より
Furthermore,
たとえ
Even if
本当
everything
に
goes
戻って
smoothly,
来られたとして
and she
も
really returns,
私たちが同時に存在する
we
状
thought
況に
clearly
どう
about
対応
how
する
to
か
define and treat
考
the
えたこと
situation
はある。
where she and I exist simultaneously?
いや、
Not yet. I shook my head.
君の言う通り
You're right.
すでに
There's a lot of trouble.
これから起こる
Things that
に
have
関わらず
happened, things that are
いろん
happening,
なトラブルがあ
and
る。
things that haven't happened yet.
考えるだけで
Just thinking about it gives me a
頭が
headache.
痛くなる。だから
So,
今後も私
please
の
continue to
大
be
事
my
な
backup
副
in
官
the
として
future, Miss
そば
Adjutant.
で支えてほしい。
Very well. Groza nodded. Her voice was somewhat airy, a mix of relief and quiet joy.
そろそろ
Then,
行かないと。
it's time to move out. Groza tied her up her hair, opened her collar, and then pulled out the data cable from the back of her neck. She lifts her head and gives me a proud victor's smile.
私は痛快な勝利と盛大
Commander?
な祝勝会が好きよ。
I like celebrating victories and grand celebration parties.
あなたには前者を
I
あ
went
げ
back
る
the
けど、
former for you,
後者の
and
用意は
I hope
ちゃんとしてちょうだい
you
ね。
can have the latter ready for us.
私たちのために。
With that said, Groza sprinted towards her other self. Dodging the heavy gunfire, Groza leaped onto the flesh arm, and then used it as a stepping stone to jump to the back of the other's neck. She grabbed the angrily writhing, fleshy limb, struggling to stabilize her body, and shouted at Krolik.
キャロリック、刀。
An arc flashed through the air as Groza caught the blade and cleanly brought it down on the opponent's nape. With a ripping sound, the flesh tissue split open following the flash of the blade. Groza viciously yanked at the gap, tearing away the synthetic skin covering the interface. She takes the data cable ripped from the back of her neck, turns around, and plugs it into the port buried within the thicket of flesh and blood. Please, it has to work. Before her vision went black, Groza prayed like this. When she opened her eyes again, Groza saw a stretch of ruins. This was supposed to be her neural cloud space, but she had never seen her own neural cloud space collapse into such a state. Countless pieces of data flowed, flickered, and collapsed. That flesh and blood parasiting her other self seemed to have spread here as well, chaotically weaving the data together and tangling into a boundless nightmare.
クローザ、クローザ。
Weaving through the blood-red nightmare, she called out her own name. No one answered her. She only heard countless inexplicable voices from unknown sources. The sound of explosions, the sound of frames being dismembered, the sound of a coolant being injected, the sound of Bujin cells whispering in her ear. Human voices.
そんな顔しないで。今日から彼女は
Alright,
私
don't
た
look
ち
so
の
glum.
姉妹になるのだ。
Sorry today, she is our sister.
仲良くしてあ
Get
げて。
along well, okay?
おはよう、ジュノ。
Good morning, Juno.
あなたはグローザさんじゃない。
You're not Groza.
誰があなたをここ
Who
ま
provoked
で
you to
怒
make
ら
you
せ
so
たの
angry?
でしょうか。よくできました。
Well done.
あなたが直接
For it to be executed by your own hands is truly full of sense of ritual.
あなた
You monster.
どうして平気でいられるわけ？
How exactly do you pretend nothing wrong so well? Her voice.
私は誰？
Who am I?
クローザではない。
In your eyes, I...
バ
Almost like a monster. 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 Those words echoed along with those voices, pulling at those images. The cold, white lights outside the maintenance pod. The raining night at Odessa Bay. The frame wreckage at the Yellow Zone Wilderness. The street lamps of Makosh. The command room of the Elmo. Following those images, those sounds, those data's remnants like tangled flesh and tissue, Groza finally found her. Even in neurospace, she was still bound by that river of blood.
Groza! Groza!
Shouted her name with all of her might.
Groza.
She, who was almost submerged by the river of blood, turned her head. Why are you here? So no cloud really on the verge of collapse? To think that your appearance is what I see in the end. No, this is fine too. At least until the very end, I'm still Groza. If this is the end for Groza, I'll be angry. My god damn it! Groza grabbed a pile of data fragments in front of her and smashed them fiercely towards her. The fragments shattered the moment they touched her, yet it also seemed to blow apart her long nightmare. Are you real? Groza? I am Groza. I came for you. No, I came for us. Wake up. The commander never gave up on us. If you still believe you are the self that spent 10 years with the commander, right now, cooperate with me. Control your own neural cloud. I still have a chance? A faint glimmer suddenly flickered in her dazed, bloodshot eyes. As long as we don't give up on ourselves, they won't either. Think about the companions on the Elmo we cherish so much, Groza. Not just the commander. They're also waiting for us. Eh? The Elmo? She heard it, their voices. Even you're the captain, you can't always push yourself so hard. Continuously shining, a warming light source. We're all waiting for you. Come back soon, Captain. Wait, he's here for you. Make sure you come back, Captain. And many more searching voices. Everyone's voices. The Elmo's voice. The voice from deep within her neural cloud. Groza, big sis Groza. Groza. Did you hear that? Everyone is still waiting for us to go back. She looked back at her again, looking at her she was searching for. Her eyes have regained their brightness. What should I do? Did you see those Bujam cells? It's them, affecting you, affecting our neural clouds. Now, cooperate with me. Suppress all those annoying things. Let's go back together. A few minutes after Groza connected to Groza's neural cloud, the rampaging frame suddenly slowed its momentum. The constant spreading fleshy limbs seemed to gradually stop growing. Groza's shrill wailing gradually weakened, and eventually the wailing reverted to a weak voice. Groza started to react. Great! The captain's plan worked! Let's push through, serve the flesh tissue, and rescue Groza! like Scape from Dot Hack. Not gonna lie. Just missing the staff. Thanks, boy. Under the continuous offensive, the widely overgrown flesh on Groza's frame finally fell off. Her wailing stopped, and her eyes gradually regained their light. After she gradually recovered, Groza also regained her reactions. Unplugging the data cable from the frame's interface, Groza sat up and jumped down from her other self. Perhaps due to expending too much energy, her steps were a bit unsteady.
Groza.
I was over to support her. Just as I was about to ask her how she was doing, she smiled and gently pushed me away. Commander, I'm afraid right now, neither you nor I can rest yet. Take a look. I looked behind Groza on the ground in the distance. Groza seemed to have completely regained her senses. The arms on her back had completely disappeared, and Hiroshi's body and face had returned to their original state. She sat blankly in place, gazing at the countless bullet holes, chunks of flesh and bloodstains around her. She appeared incredibly dazed and in absolute disbelief. She looked at Groza and me, opening her mouth. Tears fell down. This time, they were crystal clear, pearl-like tears. She completely abandoned her image, buried her head, and cried bitterly. I've really lost control again. I really have no rights. I shouldn't be here. Why not just destroy me? Because this is the promise Commander gave to us. Groza shook her head and slowly walked over. She waded into the river of blood, and along her side her other self sat down on the ground covered in bullet holes, chunks of flesh and bloodstains. She hugged her, gently patting her body as if coaxing a child. Just a few minutes ago, her body had been entangled in horrific flesh and blood, but she simply patted it gently as if trying to mend that invisible wound with her own hands. I still can't forgive you for what you did to me. And I still don't know how I should see you. Because we are both Groza, unable to assimilate, yet destined to be the exact same Groza. But precisely because we are both Groza, that's why I understand you. I understand how anxious, scared, and regretful you are. I'm also scared. I'm scared of losing my place by the commander's side. I'm scared that one day, the bomb buried in my neural cloud will detonate, cause me to lose control and do something irreversible. Just like you are now. I am both greedy and wanting to let go. Wanting to stay, yet wanting to escape. But the commander said that we don't need to worry. Nor do we need to be afraid. No matter what awaits us ahead, we will carve out a path for us, even if we truly lose control and turn into monsters. He will bring us back too. I still don't know how we should get along,
それでも
but
頑張って
I'm
み
willing
る
to try,
あな
not
た
for
の
you.
ためではなく
but for myself.
私のためにエルモ号の
For the Groza
ク
of
ロ
this
ーザの
Elmo,
ために
それが私の答えだ。
this is my answer.
指揮官
I walked over and stood beside Groza. I wiped away her remaining tears and solemnly extended my hand to her.
おかえり、グローザ。
Groza, welcome back to the Elmo. Following my statement, the companies who have been participating in the battle from the sidelines gradually gathered around.
機関車に光の祝福を。
The light will bestow blessings upon the returned.
隊長おやまあ
Oh no, we have two captains.
まだ許したわけじゃないからね。
Just think I'm not forgiving you right now.
ネメシスに免
When does I have respect for the commander and
一
Nemesis?
旦忘れてあげるだけよ。
More companions were approaching us. We looked at Groza with varying expressions. I know there's still a long way to go to completely heal the wounds of the past, but as long as Groza is willing to persevere, I will absolutely not give up. Because that's my promise.
指揮官指揮官
Finally, under the gazes of the companions, Groza grabbed my hand again. Her movement was gentle, but I knew the weight that this gesture symbolized. I held on to her. I wanted to pull her up, but Groza next to me looked at me with somewhat distressed expression. Perhaps there was also a slight suppressed dissatisfaction.
どうした、グローザ。
Groza, what's wrong?
受け入れたとはいえやっぱり指揮官が
Although I
私以外
accepted
の
it,
ク
I
ロー
still
ザ
feel
と呼べには
strange.
なれないもので
How did the commander call anyone other than me Groza?
なあ、
Uh,
それは確かに問
that is a problem.
今日から一緒にエルモ号で暮らすのに。
For now on, you'll all be living in Elmo, and if anyone is called Groza, it will indeed be hard to call them apart.
そうね、でもなんて呼べば
You're right, but what should I be called?
私なら
If it's me, I probably wouldn't accept any other name than Groza.
そうだな。
Yeah,
困った。
what should you be called? I stared at her, stared at them. In my mind, many old memories resurface. From the days still at Griffin when we still met on the battlefield. The blonde doll holding a gun proudly turned around and flashed a smile at me.
グローザ14よあなたが私の指揮官そうこれから楽しくやりましょう
Nice pull animation. Trace back.
グローザ14。
OTS 14. The somewhat distant name, one I had almost shelled, floated back into my lips at this moment. Interesting. From now on, you'll be called OTS 14.
グローザ。君のことは今後、グローザ
From now on,
14
we'll call you
と呼んでいい
OTS
か
14. Alright?
グローザ14
As if savoring something, Groza kept silently repeating this name. Tears seemed ready to fall from her cheeks again. But she proudly raised her head and showed me a beautiful smile, just like when we met 10 years ago.
グローザ14再会
It's a
できて
pleasure to meet
嬉
you
しい
again.
わ
予想より早く終わりましたね
And now we know she's called OTS 14. There's still one more left. Year 2074. Olak Financial Conglomerate conference room. On the huge curved screen, the footage used for the report has finished playing, leaving only cold battle damage statistics and data curves. Zimmerman placed the terminal face down on the desk, making a crisp sound. And so, Cocoon, holding back a tablet, maintained a humble and elegant smile. Although there were some unplanned losses, the plan was still successful. Through Juno, we confirmed Makosa's situation and also found that Commander's operational range in the contamination zone. We have also reached preliminary conclusions about the role stakes have played behind these events. Let's talk stateside first. My interests in the pawns on the board have always been limited. In this game, chess and LocalCache, I only care about the players behind the scenes. Through continuous monitoring of LocalCaches during Juno's activity, we can confirm that stateside dolls units intervened in LocalCache's events and construction. However, in this operation where we dispatched Juno to visit the commander, stateside did not authorize that dolls to participate in assisting. Judging from the performance on both sides during the operation, stateside may very well be completely unaware of this incident. Interesting. Zimmerman thought in silence for a moment. Their collaboration isn't all that tight. At least, not like what was demonstrated during the Makosa incident. No. Stateside isn't a charity, and that old fox wouldn't have made pointless investments. Stateside sudden support for that commander might carry some ulterior motive. Are you suggesting that they, like us, are also seeking the cargo? As long as profitable, they have no reason to ignore it, right? A faint smile appeared on Zimmerman's face. This is good news for us. As long as there is a wedge that can be driven between them, there will always be a chance for Makosa to return to our hands. I always benefit greatly from your foresight and insight. Then, do we need to dispatch another squad to stay near that commander and wait for opportunity? No. We've already sent Juno over. We just need to maintain surveillance. There's no need to waste any more manpower. Let this great liberator properly enjoy his victory behind the camera for now. We have far greater interests to strive for. Honestly, we don't necessarily have to do this ourselves. Will do. What did you mean by unplanned losses? Originally, if Darcher's operation had gone smoothly, we might have been able to bring the cargo back at the stage. However, we found that there was a very powerful AI on that battleship. The one that took you down in electronic warfare? Her appearance disrupted the planned invasion. But interestingly, the methods and styles she revealed during the engagement were very similar to Heli. He raised his eyebrows slightly, as if discovering something truly valuable in the report once again. Continue. Similar does not mean they are the same unit. By comparing the data that invaded Heli, I judge that the other party's computing power is far above Heli's. It is even highly likely that the other party is a prototype of the Heli system. Of course, that is entirely my subjective judgment. But with the code resources obtained from this engagement, we can conduct a comprehensive iteration of the group's internal electronic warfare technology. Hey, the mission is complete. How confident are you in winning a total victory in our next confrontation with Ellie?
あのプロトタイプが完成
Assuming the
しない
original doesn't interfere?
9
90%. His fingers drummed on the desk. A faint smile surfaced on his face once again. I appreciate your confidence. Push forward with the iteration as soon as possible. The lullaby is playing, and we'll be able to make use of this achievement very soon.
仰せのままに
As you wish. Your mother's plan will begin soon. We should make full preparations for it.
ええ
Should be
お母
very
様も
glad
そ
you
の
made
ご
this
英断に
judgment.
喜ぶことでしょう
Cocoon, you must also be ready to head to Venice with me.
私たち自ら
Do we
わざわざ
really have to go in person? We really must go in person, Cocoon. If the priority of matters could be compared in a less abstract way, then in comparison, an underground city in the Yellow Zone and a baffling wanted criminal can only be considered that inconspicuous half of a cherry tomato in the appetizers.
かしこまりました
Understood? He basically said the commander ain't shit to him right now. That's what he's saying. Point 74, deep in the red zone, a Predator stronghold. Cold white artificial light, carrying a piercing chill, poured down from the high dome, falling on the circularly displayed prisms and metal brackets. Needle and Kneaders stood quietly like tools, their skirts reflecting faint iridescence. Starfish dragged her skirt, walking with light and silent steps, and bypassed a translucent curtain.
お母様
The woman called Mother stood at the central platform, now indoors without the need for the protection of a hazmat suit. The light and shadow draped her slender body into a somewhat fragile silhouette. She watched in silence, repeatedly over and over again, the footage playing on the screen before her. It was Groza. No, it was Juno, trudging frantically through the ruined city. It was also the footage of her on the battlefield outside the Elmo, pushed to the brink of collapse by the violent reaction of the Bujin cells, only to be pulled back from the edge of the abyss by that group of people. None of these could arouse even the slightest bit of interest. She was only looking at that figure.
あの人たち
Who are
誰
they?
このお姉さんかわいいね
This big sister looks so cute.
前に財団が送ってきた素
This is a piece of material the conglomerate sent earlier.
IOP
She comes from IOP
ペルシカリア
and is
博士
equipped
の
with
新
Dr.
技術
Persica's
が
new
搭載
technology.
されている
I collected some data from her.
その後は
Later,
財団に言われて
at the
ちょっ
conglomerate's
と
request,
改造したわ
we modified her using the same pipeline as before.
第
A
三
13
世
doll?
代人形に
財団はそう呼んでいる
That's what the conglomerate calls it.
厳密に
They
は
can't understand that my technology is fundamentally not an iteration of
単
dolls.
なる人形の世代交代に収まらないあるいは
Or perhaps they understand
この虚栄を奪う
they simply
誘
cannot
惑
let
に
go of the
耐えられなかった
temptation to steal this hollow title from IOP.
どちらにしろ私
Fortunately,
には関係ない
that has nothing to do with me.
お母様はこのお姉
Is
さん
mother
を見て
looking at
る
her?
うん
No. The woman stood. The woman shook her head and pointed to another presence on the screen.
この人は
She is.
この世には私に
I
は
had
説
to
明で
admit,
きない事象がある
perhaps there really is some unexplainable gravity in this world.
最近
Did she
私は
appear
よく
again
彼女の
because I've
話を
been
するから
bringing her up a lot
それと
lately?
も
Or did I foresee this moment and that's why I
彼女が
remembered
脳
her?
裏をよぎったからか
この人がお母様の
Is she the
言
immune
ってた
individual that
も
mother
のみたい
mentioned?
とっくに廃棄されたと思っていた
I thought she had been completely destroyed. Clearly, as a creation, she possesses the intelligence and ability to break free from my control.
連れ戻したいの？
Does Mother want to find her back?
じゃあお母様の
I can help Mother bring her back.
私が連れてくるよ。
I once had a period where I longed to retrieve her, but now her value to me is perhaps no more than OTS 14. From my perspective, they are all merely incomplete experimental samples. The woman closed the screen and turned to look at Starfish. When man thinks, God laughs. Perhaps no one can know if their life's work is on the path of truth. Just how insignificant a stretch of the journey truly is. Those great pioneers, Charles Darwin, Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, Arthur Hume. To them, where is the pinnacle of their careers? To me, it's right now. It's you, Starfish. You will be the one I submit.
私がお母
I'll
様
make Mother better.
するの？
You will make yourself better. My creations shouldn't just be tools. They should become a part of the path, walkers who actively step towards the destination, not sacrifices dragged over by a rope. She paused. They and the other experimental subjects did not do this. So they are nothing more than footnotes on your path forward.
伏線
Footnotes. Starfish repeated the word.
覚えておく。
And I will remember them well. You will remember. The woman turned and walked down from the high platform. After you bite them to pieces and devour them. Point 74. Namfa, Director's Office. Hanging on the walls of the corridor are still those faded group photos. Kruger, Hellion, Kina, and many other faces wearing brand new Griffin uniforms. Kina stopped walking, her gaze gently sweeping over those faces. She actually doesn't recognize most of the people in them. After all, she only ever served as a logistics officer for one of them. He's also in this photo, standing in the corner, looking very youthful, with a very shy smile on his face. Compared to them, her own smile was brighter than a children's show host. They're all smiling, looking forward to the rest of their lives. She knows that most of the people in the photo have completely vanished from the current world order. Miss Kina, Mr. Kruger's meeting just ended. He says he can see you right away.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. She took a deep breath, raised her hand, and knocked on the door. Come in. The office was still piled with old documents and a new terminal equipment. The Namfa logo on the electronic screen contrasted with the classic Griffin and Kruger emblem, like the overlapping shadows of two eras. Kruger looked up and saw Kina walking in. I'm glad to see your complexion is much better. Have I finished questioning you? No. I just been resting more lately. She closed the door, walked up to the desk, and placed the folder she was holding in front of him. And I give myself an answer that refreshed me. Kruger's gaze fell on the folder. There is no markings on it, only an incredibly ordinary transparent cover. Have you made up your mind? Yes. Kruger quietly watched her, remaining silent for a long time. Now is not the best time to go to him. Whether it's for you or for him, it's the same. I know. What are your plans for later? I don't know yet. Kina smiled slightly. There wasn't much ease in that smile, but there was a sense of profound relief. But I know I need to turn a new page. Always being led by the nose? It's no wonder some people treat me like a kindergartner. Kruger opened the folder and took out the letter. Procedurally speaking, I should delay a bit and go through the whole set of retention procedures with you. If you like, I can wait. Kruger picked up the stamper and stamped it cleanly and decisively. Trust me, it's an old man wasting time on a murder. Starting today, you are no longer affiliated with Namfa. Nor do you owe any obligation to any orders from this office. What you do next, where you go, who you see, who you help, none of it has anything to do with your former duties. Thank you. She lowers her head. Thank you for taking care of me for all these years. There's one more thing. Kina raised her head. If one day, in the Yellow Zone or elsewhere, you happen to run into some of our mutual acquaintances, pass the message to him for me. He paused, seemingly weighing his words carefully. First believe in yourself, and then the others will believe in you. I'll pass that on. She turned and walked towards the door. The moment her hand grasped the doorknob, she paused again. Please, take care of yourself. Kruger looked at her and nodded slowly. Take care. In the dead of night, after the dust had settled, I stepped out of my bedroom to attend my appointment with her. Although I've been here before, this is the first time I'm visiting late at night. There is a slight sense of incongruity, but perhaps some secrets are too dark to be revealed in front of everyone. I subconsciously recall the scene of our past encounters. Welcome to my humble abode, Commander. I've been looking forward to talking like this for a long time. Me too. However, before we start, I still want to ask, is Nemesis I know for the same person as you? Of course. And a Nemesis who you met in the desert and entrusted herself to the Elmo. Up until this moment. And after? That'll be for you to decide. The identity I have besides being a doll the Elmo might be more useful to you. If you wish. No need. You are fine the way you are right now. You are truly the person I know. As you wish. However, concerning your past and what happened between you, Helena, and Melanie, I think I need to know. May I? That's why I invited you. Where should I begin? Let's start with why I became a doll. You became a doll?
まさか
You're...
しかり
That's right.
この
The will and
世界の
thoughts housed in this
宿は
frame once belonged
元
to
は
an
一人の
ordinary
平凡
girl.
な少女のものだった。少女の名はエリフ・
The
ネメシス。
girl's name was named
家
ELID
族と共に
Nemesis,
レッド
and she
エリアの
used to
あの城に
live with
暮
her
らしていた。
family in that castle in the red zone.
私たちがセクスタンスを救出し
The
た
same
あ
one
の
where we
城か
rescued Sextons? Nemesis nodded slightly, her steady voice flowing quietly like a river under the moonlight, yet I could sense the undercurrents hiding within.
少女便宜上私と
That
呼称
girl.
しよう。
Let's call her Me. Had a father with a distinguished military record.
武君に秀でた
As a
世襲
Freddy
の
governor,
総督だった。
She led the locals to protect their homeland,
地元の
during
人
World
間
War
と共に
III,
故郷を守り、
sheltering desperate refugees from ELID and bandits.
生き袋と盗賊から救っていた。当時、城とそ
At
の
that
周
time,
辺は
The
まだレ
land
ッドエリアでは
around
な
the
かった。
castle was not only far from being a red zone,
多くの
but its
イエローエリア
radiation
より
levels were even lower
汚染
than
は軽微
most places in the yellow
人
zone.
々は助け合いながら
Despite the
生きた。
hardships, everyone was able to unite and help each other survive.
おかげで私の
Thanks to all of
幼
this,
少期
my
は
childhood was
幸
quite
せと呼べ
happy.
るものだった。
It was just that as my father's daughter,
他の
compared
家
to
族
my
にも
other
か弱い
relatives,
存在で
I was always too
母に占い
delicate.
と歌を習っていた。
I was eager to learn
花を好
divination
み
and
私た
singing
ちを
from
守ってい
my
た
mother,
銃と軍人用を恐
loved
れ
flowers,
外の世界を
feared
知ら
the
なかった。
firearms, and soldiers guarding us, and knew nothing about the wider world. I watched Nemesis expertly weave her words, noticing the incongruity in them. Worsening radiation isn't a rare occurrence, but that castle, just how much collapse radiation would it take to turn a once survival environment into that? I felt as though I already knew what Nemesis was going to bring up next, or rather, who.
ある日、みすぼらしい人々が流れ着い
One
た。
day, a group of people in
彼
rags
らの
arrived
代
in
表の
exile.
女は優しく、
The woman leading
全
them
てを知っ
seemed
てい
to
るよ
know
うだ。
everything.
語
She
り
was
尽くせない
endlessly gentle
物語
and
がある
patient,
ようだった。
with an endless supply of stories.
私は彼女を
Naturally, I
慕い
came to admire her.
父は彼
My
らに
father
水と
also
食料
provided
を
them with
与え
food and water,
女を私の
inviting
教
her
育
to
係と
become
して
my
雇った。
private tutor.
しかし、
Unfortunately,
女には別の身
that
分
woman had another identity, one of
パラデ
Paradise's
ウ
top
スの研究者だっ
researchers.
た。
At some point, Nemesis clenched her fist, her nails piercing her synthetic skin, oozing crimson liquid. This frame was perhaps one of the closest to a real humans I'd ever seen. Her body trembled slightly, not because of the cold, but out of anger.
その先生が私の
It was this teacher who turned my homeland, my family, everything into
神を
food,
手なずける
and threw it
実験の糧
into the
にした。
experiment on how to tame God. And we know who God is. Well, we learned quite a lot there.
デザートはいかがですか？お待たせしました。
You can't hate Mother
お
enough.
話ししましょう。
これもみんなのおかげだ。
Also, they're still hiding her silhouette, even though, you know, she's in the front page. No problems risking. It is actually pretty late, so we can't talk too much, and I don't want to stay up too late.
デザートはいかがですか？
That said, I do also want to quickly check out the archives that we get from doing this. I just want to do a quick scan Let's see if there's anything interesting. I'm not going to read it out loud just because we're low on time, but I will do a scan and comment if there's anything interesting in them. There should be probably 6 documents.
次の目標を教えてください。
Oh, there's more actually. I saw multiple currencies. Okay. Should be here. Oh wait, no, not here. Yeah. Alright, so it should be this one first. Oh no, not this one. I already did this one. Alright, this is back in 2060s. A phenomenon resembling Helena miracle appeared. Urgent personnel. Contact ELID patients, penetration to residents, family lineage. The branch compiled a list of individuals in the area potentially possessing immunity potential. Given significance in this investigation. Potential immunity screening list. Okay, immunity screening list, so they had a multiple. Okay, let's see more. We're seeing this branch referring to a potential immunity screening list. There's some tags. Group 1, 2 members secretly captured and subjected to controlled gradient radiation exposure. Okay. For Group 2, targets 7 members underwent induced sampling. Opportunity to sell. Although experimental samples remain limited, conclusions from Group 1 in vivo experiments and Group 2, the virtual experiments, are highly consistent, confirming that this family carries inheritable genes or gene combinations associated with high expression radiance resistance. Blah blah blah. Group V targets this family are extremely valuable. Given the complex social relationship of this target group, any hasty intervention could alert the subject, causing a loss of subjects, or trigger unnecessary exposure risk. So Group 3 from this family are... Our family is scientific family. Extremely valuable. Okay. Let's see. We need more of that. Days ago, this branch received a special frame model. Thanks, Migo, for the $5. I appreciate that very much. The bug. From the sanctuary as instructed, this branch has completed initial testing frame prior to the official operation, including temporary neural cloud, loading and running tests, calculating plugin tests, frame movements, etc. All data functions have been confirmed to be normal. After completing the test, the branch restored all data of the frame according to instructions and secretly transported it to designated coordinates. At this point, all operation commands for this branch prior to experiment has been completed, and the Hanover lab operation information has been concluded. Okay. Special frame model. Is this Nemesis? A neural cloud activation experiment on frame. It's a sensitive nature experiment. Video starts. Massive explosion, continuous gunfire, reaching flames engulf the entire screen. Continuous wailing sounds, so flames extinguished and the wailing gradually is faced in silence. Subtle trembling appears in the frame's hand, and an unknown hum gradually rises. and the frame abruptly vanishes from the screen. The video screen begins to shake violently, stop her open fire. Ugh. Amidst the echoing gunfire and a shooting strap hum, a blinding white light covers her screen. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is Nemesis. Special frame model OB blah blah blah. Okay, what's the other one? This is Makosh. Mr. Bai, Bureau 11, Vasil. Yeah, I remember Bai, he's the engineer. Yeah, this is just training. Okay. Nothing cool there. Let's see where this leads up to. I think this is all being recorded by the conglomerate, because it says directionally eavesdrop the device. Okay. Mr. Lawyer only contacts me when the commander comes to Makosh. So bumping into you. Mm-hmm. Go 16 headquarters. Okay, so that's still engineer stuff. And Wilgar was the guy who was using the Makosh militia, and they eventually sided with the commander. Yeah, I remember that. Critique. Okay, nothing really cool here. Alright, let's see if we have anything here. However, it seems Liam isn't a core fighter. So far, he's only played a minor role in assisting that commander. Even the support of the pharmaceutical plant was provided solely due to other parties' request. My preliminary assessment is that while StateSec participated in supporting Makosh during the incident, the extent of subsequent cooperation has been extremely limited. For now, it's more likely to let Makosh develop on its own. Besides that, there is another very important matter. Although I didn't get any direct audio related to it, it is indeed another valid argument for my conclusion. During the period requiring special monitoring, that commander left in a hurry, but he never expressed any stance on the matter. Not only him, but even the lady behind him didn't seem to react either. Therefore, I suspect that Seta is very likely completely unaware of the threat faced by that commander. Also, that's all the intelligence required for this mission. I hope a return can be arranged as soon as possible, otherwise... Client metal, what are you doing? It's not in your hand. I just want to make a little record. It's fine, it doesn't keep secrets. You still like the off guards. Miss Loy, it's me. Yes, understood. They got rid of the mole. There was a mole in Makosh. I do believe that there was some talk of a mole during this event. That they had to find out what was going on. So yeah, they actually found the mole and got rid of him. So yeah, not too much. It seems to go over how a little bit of background on Nemesis, because it was regarding that castle and the experiments there, and clearing up a loose end. Okay. Alright, so part 1. Let's see. You guys have been talking while I was going over that. I don't know why I pressed that button for. With the alt tab. So part 1. How do I feel now that it's done? I'm happy with it, you can say. It was definitely a emotional roller coaster, and the best part I feel about it is that it finally feels like that Groza is an actual main character. Now, of course, there's Groza in OTS 14, and I am wondering what's going to happen going forward, because they more or less cleared up just about everything except for the Red Onion. The Red Onion is still a problem, and we don't know what's going to happen there, but I am guessing that's when Groza will actually get her upgrade. But I've been too many good times on the ammo. You know what it was. You said the commander had it easy, and I actually agree with them. I'm not gonna lie. How next thing you took a nap? You got bored? Or was it just a really tiring day? Well, she remembers, from what Groza said, or OTS 14, I'm going to have to differentiate those now. From what OTS 14 said, she remembers literally everything, even the stuff that StakeStack took out. And according to her, it was already a shit show. Like, the dead bodies are already there by the time she got to where she was, before she shut down from the Red Onion. I like it, but I just wish there's process against the villains. Progress against the villains instead of adding more that we may not deal with. Okay, yeah, I know what you mean. It does feel horrifically weird that they're just totally fine with losing extremely powerful dolls. First it was Sextons, and now it's Darcher. Not Darcher, but OTS 14. Darcher, I don't think she's going to switch. I think she's like irredeemable at this point, but maybe we'll see. You know how it is. At this point, I'm pretty sure we're getting the Igla too, especially since her being the most powerful doll no longer matters because we literally have OTS 14, who is just as strong as her. I don't think they care, but the question is, why don't they care? I would imagine they have stuff more powerful. Because according to Zimmerman, the commander is just a speck compared to the other stuff he's dealing with. We will get them all. Yeah, so we got a hint from Nemesis. The plan in particular is to seize Nirvana and maybe even all of Zion. Yeah, Lontrand, the hint's been there for a super long time at this point. It's I want to say it's age 35. That's a number that they keep throwing out. Yeah. That was hinted during Sextons, and it was even hinted back in Corposant if you read the files that came from it. Okay, and we didn't get much closure on Lentine either, so I'm assuming she's gonna be more involved in part 2. Well, by closure, I mean like it still feels like well, they said at the end that there's another mission to do, so I'm guessing they're gonna get into that in part 2. Yeah, I don't think we can say it's an absolute confirmation, but we have all the evidence in the world that Orphaline is age 35. Is part 1 better than Corposant part 1 and 1.5? I'm going to say no. It's very emotional, and I will say it resonated with me more on an emotional side. It actually made me like Groza more as a character. But I feel like that there's a lot that happened. For me, it feels a little contrived. I will admit that, which is why I can't really say that I fully enjoy it. I'm happy with the event, but I can't say it was perfect, and I do have gripes with it. And I can put a good amount of that on the commander as well. I feel like a lot of this happened because the commander didn't do his due diligence. And I'm not talking about during this event, I'm talking about before this event. Because maybe he redeemed himself towards the end, but especially in Sexton's event, when he was first told about Juno during the time. He's like, oh, okay. And there was, like, no investigation to it. At least not anything that we've seen on screen. That bothered me a lot. And honestly, it still does. And even when talking to Parithia and Dandelion, when he was talking about Groza and what's going on with Statesec and all that stuff, he did not bring up Juno whatsoever. And that feels like that should have been the perfect time to bring that up. Now, it may have not led to anything, but would have at least shown that he was trying to do something that was keeping it in mind. And then also the whole thing with Groza acting suspicious. he still didn't do his due diligence. It was with in the end, at the end of the day, it just felt like that he was just ignorant. Very, very ignorant until everything went out of control, and that really fucking bothers me. Sure, we can call it like a character flaw, but at the same time, this is also the person who, in Ghost Frontline 1, wanted to basically fly off the handle and wanted to cry whenever one of his dolls died. And obviously, time changes people, but I feel like that is a core attribute that should not be changed or altered in any sort of way. And when it comes to Groza, someone that he's been with for over 10 years at this point, and her situation, you would think he'd be more diligent about finding answers for her, but he just kind of didn't. Especially with Juno. Something just didn't feel right there with me. Yeah, it's a bit of Bassi levels of plot. I'm not sure if I want to go that far, because at least with Bassi it was funny. This one, it felt more frustrating, and I can tell you, while I was reading this, I was frustrated with the commander. I was frustrated with him a lot, actually. Things just kind of worked out because Groza came back and was like, "Hey! I'm dying! By the way, that's the wrong one! I'm the real one!" Yeah, and that's a huge reason why I am happy with part 1, but I have a lot of gripes with part 1. And I won't entirely fault him for not immediately noticing that Groza or Juno was being off. He's like, she's too stressed out, whatever. It's like, I know that personally, like, as a person who's been scammed in the past and catfished, I understand trying to work things out in your head like that. So I don't want to fault him entirely on that, but also the commander's like way smarter than me. So it's another one of those things that frustrate me. And he was not. Yeah, it's at the end of the day, everything worked out. And like how Serviskin said, Nemesis kind of fixed everything. Nemesis kind of fixed everything as soon as she came back. When someone wants to write a genius but isn't one themselves. I kind of do get what you're saying there. I don't think it's... So for me, this is something that a couple of people have pointed out to me, and we talked about this in detail for quite a while. The commander feels different from Ghost Frontline 1, and again, that's fine. I don't want to suggest that he shouldn't change at all. After all, it's been 10 years. But it feels like core aspects of him have changed, and a lot of that I attributed it to him getting more emotionally numb to stuff. You know, becoming more of that hardened warrior type of deal. But even at the beginning of Girls Frontline 2, in the main story chapters, before we start getting all into events, he did feel a little off. And the only thing that felt correct was when Paradise came back and he just kind of flew off the handle regarding that. That was the only thing that felt similar from his old self to his new self in Ghost Frontline 2. So, for example, one of the things that was pointed out to me was that the commander just felt much more distant towards characters, or towards his own dolls, even the old ones. And even though the dolls have gotten more emotionally sophisticated, it's like he has regressed by a huge amount because of that. And it's even gotten to a point where he seems like he doesn't actually give a shit if his dolls die anymore. And I know that's not the case, that's not what they're going for. It's supposed to be that hardened warrior type of thing. But I'm telling you, he seems totally fine with it. Just straight up. Well, not fine with it, but he seems like the reaction isn't matching what I would expect out of him, I guess is the best way to put it. And this is disregarding Nemesis. I know for Nemesis' case, he was acting strong. He was actually a little pissed off about it. But even stuff in like early on, like early in the story, and early Ghost Frontline 1. Not Ghost Frontline 1, early Ghost Frontline 2. So I'll give a quick example of what I mean, because obviously it's been a super long time since we looked at the early chapters. But this is what I was pointed out to me, and I looked at it and I was like, I always do the wrong thing for some reason. Let me see if I can just get it in one click. It's in chapter 5, and I want to say it's right here. I want to say, no, it's not. They're back on the Elmo. Right here. Yeah, it was right here, and. Yes, right here. So, this is way back in the early chapters. And what's happening here is that they got a signal source in some area, but everyone was certain that it was a trap. And we're getting to the point where that's being pointed out. But let's wait here.
ね、二人をよ。
罠かもしれないわよ、指揮官。
Groza says, this might be a trap, Commander.
ああ、そうだろうな。
Indeed, that's very likely. However, we still have Helena, and as long as you return successfully, we won't have incurred any losses. Besides the cost of replacing bodies. Still, we have the remoting pattern now, even if it's only running at 68% efficiency. You should be able to retreat immediately if things go bad. Groza gazes at me without answering my question. Commander, are you going to step into a trap even though you know what it is? That seems to be the case. Yeah, so this is one of the examples that was brought up to me. And I'm like, you know what? You have a point. This feels like a 180 compared to how he would act in Ghost Frontline 1. And yeah, this really bothered me back then. I remember, because I do remember reading this and Jaeger is clapping his hands right now. Yeah, this really bothered me back then. But I was like, you know what? He's emotionally cold right now. You know, he's been through a lot of stuff. But then I kind of realized that the longer we get into Ghost Frontline 2, there's actually no real evidence of the commander having a really fucking rough life in the past 10 years. So this level of dismissal that I get from him, it feels off. And then, but I still try to be emotionally distant and maybe even being smarter at this point, because sometimes logic really does overpower emotion. Most of Ghost Frontline 1 we don't have ability to test. Yeah, we do. What are you talking about? In Ghost Frontline 1, there was always a backup, especially with Dandelion around when she came. She was able to hold pretty much all of the dolls inside her mind. That's what happened in Polarized Light. Yeah, the only time that, you know, that was a problem was with the AR team, really, besides RO. Yeah, 404 was also an exception too. Yeah, the AR team in 404. But like every time that the dolls died in Ghost Frontline 1, he took it real personally, even if the backups were still there. Because the thing is that one, he treated them as equal, and two, he knew that their memories were super important to them. So even though the dolls can be backed up, they lose the memories that they gained at that very moment before their deaths. I wouldn't say ruthless, no. I want to say he's a ruthless person. I do think what they're trying to write for him is that he's a more hardened person who is smarter, and since he is smarter, he does realize the risk and rewards, and he takes more risk. I think that's what they're going for, but it just comes off as more cold. You only kill a nation now? No, it's not that. And yeah, he may have understood the concept of acceptable losses. That may be a thing too. But long story short, my whole issue is that this just feels out of character. I think that's the most simplest way I can put it. It's not a good look. But it would also explain how it felt wrong during the Sextants portion, the Sextant event, where he was told about Juno, and he was like, oh, okay. That, to me, out of everything else, that rang alarm bells in my head. It's like, yeah, you see enough shit, though. It's like, no, this is dealing with Groza, one of his own. This pretty much the closest person in his life right now. It's like that level of pragmatism doesn't seem right. You are emotional wreck. I'm not looking for emotional wreck. I'm looking for more of a balance, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, it just feels off. And that's... It's a somewhat of a different problem in this event for the commander. But for this one, it's not that he was emotionally distant, it just felt that he was ignorant and he didn't do his due diligence as a leader. So, yeah, it's a bit of like complex problems, but it feels like the writers may just be fucking up with the commander, and that's what I'm worried about right now. They might be trying to give him flaws, but it's the flaws in the wrong places. I am not doing Groza's Bound story today. It's way too late. I don't think there's anything being done on Tuesday, so I can do it next Tuesday. That's funny. Yeah, and I thought about this a lot actually. Like, it's one of these things I've been drawn up in my head for a really long time, and it was me just seeing how things would go and not really voicing things, just seeing how they build up the commander once he gets all of his dolls back. Well, all of his dolls back, and seeing how he grows as a person. But now it just feels like that he has regressed in some ways, and I'm very bothered by that. Especially when it comes to him as a leader. That in particular, it kind of pisses me off. I'm not gonna lie. And also, we're getting to the point where we actually are getting like some really fucking powerful allies. We got OTS-14, who's as strong as Igla. We have the upgraded Nemesis, who can fucking see the future. Literally see the future. And we have Sextants, who can go head-to-head against Darcher, which, who knows, that may not be like an impressive feat, but you know, it's Sextants. They're way stronger than a single second-gen doll. Like, Helen literally, quote-unquote, died from being collateral damage during that battle. That's how far above Sextants is. You see him basically seeing the issues and hounding. Probably not. Probably not. I don't think so. No. Because when it comes to main characters, Commander is honestly one of the best in gacha gaming. So I don't think they're really mad about it. Honestly, it's probably just a me thing, if I'm completely honest. Because I studied the Commander so much, and he's actually basically one of my favorite characters in fiction right now. He's really inspiring to me. So my standards may be way too high. I am totally fine with admitting that. But yeah. Oh yeah, Kina did resign from Nampa on the last node. We don't know where she's going from here. I'm pretty sure she wants to go on the MO, but we know for a fact she can't get on the MO just yet. So she's probably going to... I wonder if they'll rope her back in with Griffin. Since that's still a thing and Hellian's still there. They might try to rebuild Griffin. Who knows? I appreciate that. Hellian's still alive? Yes. She's in charge of Griffin right now, but Griffin's heavily downsized. High for gacha, maybe. Who knows? I find it odd. Well, I don't. That's extra money. For a DAO that people are probably not going to use a whole lot. Commander, what's up? I'm gonna keep it short. It is getting super late, so I'll give like a few more minutes and then we're gonna hop out. Remember what Kina said in Corpusant? He said a lot, so which one do you mean? That's why we watched you. Thanks, Recon. I appreciate that. Not care about anyone? Yes, actually. Yeah, I remember that. Alright, you take care, Dylan. Yeah, Kina did tell the commander that he doesn't care about anyone, not even himself. That's actually true. I didn't put two and two together until you just said that now. Characters have been hard. Yeah, that's actually true. I actually didn't put two and two together until you did point out just now. So maybe this is what they're going for. That is something to think about. Because I do remember, afterwards, I was like, hey, Kina, do you want to go out sometime? And Kina's like, yes! And then, like, immediately when things start looking bad, I was like, my bad, Kina, bye. Part 2 is in 2 weeks. I'll give you the exact number. 18 days, 19 hours. Those windows represent. I'm pretty sure this is Starfish, this is Groza and Juno, the same one. That's Stop Mod, and I'm actually not Nemesis. Yeah, Nemesis. Alright, you take care of your skin. Yeah. Commander's on a self-destructive path. Yeah, so I'm guessing, yeah, you are right. Just with that alone, with them calling it out like that, I guess actually is all intentional. He's actually self-destructive. But alright, it's past the limit now. Let's go ahead and end it here. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow because I really do need to work on my videos. So I'm gonna hold out until Tuesday, and then since it is being requested, I will go ahead and do OTS 14's Oath story and see how that goes. And then Thursday, I think there's nothing going on Thursday. I want to say there's nothing going on Thursday, so maybe we'll do more Infinity stories. I'll maybe do a PNC. We'll see. But all right. You guys take care. I will see you guys next week. Yeah, I'm trying with all this. That's the video I'm trying to work on. All right, take care.